Hello, everyone, and every participants that is attending in this EdHeroes Asia Forum Malaysia Chapter. Welcome as well to the wonderful speakers that is attending in this wonderful session right now. Before we continue, let me introduce myself. My name is Rania Kisti. I'm a fresh graduate from Bachelor of Communication from University Putra Malaysia. And here in this session, we will be talking about inclusivity and diversity. Before we continue to our topic this afternoon, I would love to introduce you to our wonderful speakers that will be giving you so much information, so much knowledge for every one of you. First, please welcome Surya Sahetapi. Surya Sahetapi is a deaf activist, interpreter, and also an actor from Indonesia. He is also known as a defender for the rights of the deaf community in Indonesia. He is a Master of Science in Secondary Education for Deaf of Hearing students at Rochester Institute of Technology or National Technical Institute for the Deaf. Since 2012, Surya has represented Indonesia several times, such as attending special event for the World Disability Organization in London, England, involving Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip, and also making a presentation on youth in Indonesia at the World Federation of the Deaf Congress in Istanbul, Turkey 2015. In addition to that, Surya also participated in a student exchange program from the United States Embassy in the United States for 2 weeks, including visiting the United States, White House, NASA, and others. Surya's hope and dream is to support Indonesian government and people to ensure Indonesia is friendly and inclusive for disabilities and all. Secondly, we have our amazing speaker here, Mas Ahmad Aditya. Mas Ahmad Aditya, born in Tanjung Karang, Bandang Lampung on October 13, 1979. Completed his bachelor degree in civil engineering at Brawijaya University in 2003. He also earned his master degree in coastal geosciences and engineering at the University of Kiel, Germany in 2006. But not only that, in 2016, he completed his doctoral education in marine science at the University of Leiden, the Netherlands. And back then, he was entrusted as a researcher in Royal Netherlands Institute for Sea Research and WOWOTRO. And currently, he is a senior manager of sustainable sourcing at Unilever, executive director of Solo Technopark, and also a deputy chair of Institute for Democracy Through Science and Technology at the Habibi Center. Next, we also have Zafran Ahmaderi Arif. He is a passionate undergraduate student taking Bachelor of Science at Washington State University. He has been very active in his organizational work. He is currently the director of Overseas Festival at Overseas Indonesian Students Associations Alliance. And Zafran has numerous of organization of volunteering experience. He was a president of the Indonesian Students Associations in the United States in Pullman, Washington, and head of education information at Overseas Indonesian Students Association Alliance. Not only that, he is also part of International Association of Students in Agricultural and Related Science, or IAS, as head of Indonesian delegates. He was also a mathematics tutor in Department of Mathematics, Washington State University. Please welcome all of our speakers for today's session. Hello, Zafran Arif and Mas Ahmad Aditya.
Hello.
Hello,
How are you?
Mbak Rania.
Hi, I'm great. How are you? We have Mas Ahmad Aditya. What do you want me to call you?
You can call me Adit.
Adit. Okay, Mas Adit it
Yeah.
is? All right. I hope you have been great, Mas Adit. And
Yeah.
then we
Thank you.
have
Yeah.
here Surya Sahetapi. Hello. Hi, Surya Sahetapi,
Hello.
do you want me to call you? Surya.
Yes, please call me Surya.
Okay. Surya, it's been great to know you. I've been watching your videos, I've read your website, and it's very inspiring of you to become the activist of the deaf. Please enjoy in this session. And then we have Zafran Arif. Hello, Zafran Arif. What do you
How
want
are
me to
you?
call you?
Just Zafran. Zafran is fine. Both is
Zafran is
fine.
fine. Okay,
Yep.
great.
Mhm.
Okay, guys, we will be talking about inclusivity and diversity here. So before we jump into the questions and we talk with our amazing speakers right now, I would love to explain a little bit about our topic today. So, diversity itself is any dimension that can be used to differentiate groups and people from one another. So, in a nutshell, it's about empowering people by respecting and appreciating what makes them different in terms of age, gender, ethnicity, religion, disability, even sexual orientation, education, and national origin. And diversity allows for the exploration of these differences in a safe, positive, and nurturing environment. It means understanding one another by surpassing simple tolerance to ensure people truly value their differences. This allows us both to embrace and also to celebrate the rich dimensions of diversity contained within each individual and place positive value on diversity in the community. What about inclusion itself? So, ladies and gentlemen, inclusion is a sense of belonging. Inclusive culture makes people feel respected and valued for who they are as an individual or group, and people feel a level of supportive energy and commitment from others so that they can do their best at their life. So that's a brief basically of what we will be talking here, and maybe we can move on to our key talking points session. First, I have a question to our wonderful speakers here. Maybe it can be started with Surya. So my first question is, how do we define inclusive and diverse in a classroom context?
Okay, thank you for inviting me to this session. Yes, so inclusivity meaning opening and accepting all kinds of backgrounds and with all people, and also give equal access and opportunities to individuals to have their skills shine out with no exceptions. For example, when the deaf people or individual go to school, the school have to support their needs to give the sign language teaching, or interpreters or typists to support, to give the access, full access to them. And for diversity, meaning with all different backgrounds, we have to appreciate and understanding their backgrounds with culture or economics or etc. We have to appreciate, to understand, to respect all the diversity. We don't like selective, and I just want to select this particular people. So that's the difference between inclusivity and diversity. So yeah, but yeah, maybe it's related to tolerancy, and equality. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. So you think that schools should give equal access to everyone, including people with disabilities and people who don't have disabilities. It means that even for us, for people with no disabilities, we need to have the access to maybe understand the ASL so we can have a conversation with our people who communicate with ASL. Is that what you're saying, Surya? Yes, and I really hope, even me,
Yes, yes,
hope,
that's true.
I really hope that the school can give this support, like teaching students to learn ASL. Even myself, I really want to study that. Thank you, Surya, for the answer. Next, to Mas Adit. Mas Adit, same question. Um, how do we define inclusive and diverse in this still in classroom context?
Yeah, I think that's a very good questions. Yeah, I don't really want to go deep down on the definitions of inclusivity and diversity since Surya has already been explained very well on the meaning of inclusivity and diversity. But I would like to see the other angle on why the inclusivity and diversity is important in this context of school and classroom. If you look on the last data published by the World Bank, it is stated that in 2021, 30% of our students with disabilities still doesn't have proper access to the school. Even though that the numbers of the schools that can include students with disabilities integrated into the schools, the numbers is quite high. As you know that from 2015 until 2020, the numbers of schools that can integrate students with disabilities is increasing from 3,000 to 28,000. So it's very good numbers in the terms of the numbers of schools that is start to accepting students with disabilities. But the challenge is still with the skill and the capacity of the teachers who can appropriately teaching students with disabilities. It is also stated in the UN report that 13% of Indonesian teachers is have the skill to teach a student with disabilities. So the number is still quite low. So I think the spirit is there, like we are start to accepting, integrating inclusive educations in Indonesia. But the challenge is still on the infrastructures, in the skill and capacity of the teachers to understand how to teach students with disabilities and so on. And the most important, I think, the things that we have to look on this inclusions and diversity educations in Indonesia is the equal opportunity, after they get educations, after they're integrated in the school. I think the community, the governments, our education system should provide equal opportunities for students with disabilities, with different background, to have equal access for job, so they can do a lot of things after they finish their education. So it's not only about integrating themselves into the school, which has many challenges, as we know for now, the infrastructure, the education system, the school, the curriculum, but also the thing that we have to start thinking is how can the school system that we build right now, the inclusive education that we are trying to aim right now, should provide equal opportunities for jobs and works for students with disabilities.
All right. Thank you so much, Mas Adit. So I know that we need more opportunities for people with disabilities after they graduate from their school. So there has to be this wide opportunities at work, a job, so that we can include everyone at the workplace. Okay, thank you so much, Mas Adit, for your points. Next question, maybe I will be asking to Zafran. So, Zafran, we know that you are a student in Washington University, and Are there any specific programs in the Teacher Institute to provide teachers training for inclusive classroom pedagogy? It doesn't have to be in your university, maybe in your knowledge.
All right, thank you so much, Rania, for the question. First of all, I'd like to greet Mr. Ahmad Aditya and Surya Said Sabi, and also the audience here. And thanks for the committee for inviting me for to this event. I'm really glad to be in this event. Okay, and so for the question, I don't really quite understand what does the Teacher Institute mean, but for the teacher itself or for the professor, I mean, in the United States of America, um, the professor is really promoting inclusivity and diversity because there's a lot of people here. There's a lot of people from different background, from various background, from different countries, different races, and the professor here is very understanding and very passionate when teaching, and they don't limit us by our race. I mean, I'm Asian, live in the United States. I'm a minority there. I'm a minority here, but then my professor, they don't see me as a minority. They see me as a student. They respect me, and that's the thing that we should implement in our country, or especially here in Malaysia. Um, and also, inclusivity means people have access to all knowledge. I mean, in this education aspect, inclusivity means we have um, we should have, how do I say it? We should have equal access to
Right.
information, to education, and people from other countries or people from various background, we cannot be left out. We should have we should be there. I mean, um, we cannot be left out. We cannot be left behind. And also for diversity. Diversity means we have it's a various racial, ethnic, or socioeconomics and cultural backgrounds and various lifestyles or experience or interests. And it's not only about countries or about races because America is famous for the diversity of the races. But it's not only that. It's only about the people with disability. I mean, people with disability here also have access to education. People have with disability have also access to the building. Um, the university here in America, um, will have will give you guys will give the disabled people access to the buildings. Well, they made elevator, or they made like accessible door to the disabled, and also for the education itself, um, it's equal. There's no different treatment to people with disability. I mean, there's some special treatment, like in quotation mark, there's special treatment with people with disability, with people with mental health issue, or people with ADHD, for example. We have something like a special treatment for them, and it is not quite equal to other people, but it's helping them. And that is what I call inclusive in education system in America. So when we talk about the teacher itself or the professor itself, the professor will give access to them, to people from various background, to people with different backgrounds, to the similar, to the equal education system, and the professor will not differ us, will not limit us from the equal education that they will be having in America. I think that's all that I can say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zafran. That's a great perspective from United States. As we just heard before, that the professor, even the professor, know the knowledge, how to give access, how to make everyone included and no one to be left out. And I
Right.
think this is what's the most important. I think inclusivity and the knowledge for disability should be a default for everyone. Everyone
Of
should
course,
know
that's right.
about it. Yeah,
Hmm.
even especially for teachers, so that teachers know how to handle with different people, because of course students are from various has various backgrounds, and everyone has their own different special kind of handling. So I think inclusivity also should be a default for everyone.
Right. That's
Thank
true.
you so much, Zafran.
Thank you.
Now going back to Surya, I have read that you have various and numerous of experience in the deaf community in the United States as well. Now, I would love to know about specific programs there in the Teacher Institute to provide teachers training, like to make it as a default for inclusive classroom pedagogy.
Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, as we know that disability is very various, maybe 14 types of disability here. And I will tell you about special for the deaf or hard of hearing here in Rochester Institute Technology.
That would be great.
As a teacher for deaf or hard of hearing student, if the teacher want to teach them, they have to start learning in bachelor degree first, especially for biology, physics, chemistry, or etc. After that, they cannot teach directly to the deaf student. They need to improve their knowledge in pedagogy, and they can practice to teach deaf students, but they have to improve their skill first in master degree. They have to learn about how to teach in different background of students, improve their literature skill. They have to intern in some places. And me as a candidate or teacher, I will be a teacher, I have to follow many kinds of workshop in 100 hours minimum to join workshop. And I have to follow the test to get certificate. It is I have to follow this because it's the rule from the government from New York, in order to make sure that every student can get best quality of teaching from skilled or well quality of teacher. As a deaf or hard of hearing teacher, we have to improve our skill and knowledge, many kinds of workshop. I believe in Washington DC also have some program, especially for the deaf and blind people or any other disability, or for special education program, for inclusive education. They have a specific program. And I hope in Indonesia we can have specific program special for how to teach deaf people, how to teach every kinds of disability. That's all for me. Thank you for asking.
All right, that's a great perspective from Surya. So, yeah, I think I even have the same dream as you. I really hope that Indonesia will have a specific program for people with disabilities. And what I see from United States, they're really giving the best out of it. Even to become a teacher for the deaf, you always have to keep improving your skill in the field, and even join a workshop for minimum of 100 hours. That's a lot. And that is for the sake of students to get the best quality of the education itself. And that's really inspiring. Maybe people, for the participants here, we can take note of this. Maybe we can make Indonesia a better place. If there are teachers here, there are people who has schools here, you might want to start having your own program in your schools to teach disabilities and make your school and your environment is inclusive for all. Thank you so much, Surya. Moving on to our next question. How do education ecosystems promote inclusivity and embrace diversity on a day-to-day basis? So this is often seen in a workplace sometimes. So I would like to ask Mas Adit on this regard. So how education ecosystem promote inclusivity and also embrace diversity on a day-to-day basis?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Yeah, because I think the way that we build an inclusive education or diversity education, it couldn't be only promote through teaching, through preaching, but you have to build the ecosystem itself. I was very interested in this article shared by the UN saying that at least three types of methodology to build this inclusive education and diverse educations in the world. I think the first model that they're trying to offer is we are using the same curriculum for every students, whether they have disabilities or they don't have disabilities, but they have to use a same curriculum, and it will be very challenging for the teacher to use that curriculum. But then we have to build the capacity of the teacher to teach that curriculum. So the output is expected to be the same. So that's the first ecosystem that can be built for the inclusive education. The second method that they're trying to offer is, I think, it could be used the same curriculum. They can be in the same classroom, whether they're disabled or they are not disabled. But then at some special cases where you need a special kind of teaching because you don't have the skill of the teacher to use that same curriculum, then they will be used in another classroom. But the way that they try to build the ecosystem, where they try to build the empathy of the students, where you are in the same classroom at certain classes, at certain lessons, I think that's very good, because it will increase the tolerance among the students. So they will understand on the situations that there are many people with different background, different skills, different disabilities, and they are going to learn from each other, and it start building the tolerance, at the classroom. And then the third one that this UN inclusive education offers in the systems is they can use the same curriculum, and then they can be in the same classroom, but then they will be split into two different groups, and the teachers can be used two different type of training programs that they are used in the education system. But I think the message that we are trying to send here on how to build the ecosystems for the inclusive education, diverse educations, is how to build the tolerance among the students, that it will build their empathy, that there are different type of students, different type of backgrounds, and we can learn from each other. And it can be only built if we start building the ecosystem. If we are focusing on the curriculum only, if on how to teach only, if we are focusing on the infrastructure only, then we are not building anything. To build the ecosystems is everyone should be involved in this inclusive education. It's not only the government, it's not only belong to the school, but it's also belong to the students. It's also belong to the communities to build that same empathy, to build the same tolerance on how we build this inclusive educations.
All right. Thank you so much for the great point, Mas Adit. And yeah, I agree on the part that everyone should be involved in building the tolerance amongst others, amongst the environment. Like we have to build our ecosystem itself. And also about the curriculum, I think I find it interesting. So maybe you can use a same curriculum, but how to it you can use it with a different methods. All right, you can use it to a different methods, especially to people who needs those different methods, so that they can understand more and still get the best and same output as the other kids. And that's a very great point.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I would like to add to that arguments also. Yeah, I
Sure.
was always keep making example of Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking
Wow.
has a disabilities, but you will never learn about the brief history of time without Stephen Hawking's, right? And it couldn't
Right.
Hawking's if you are using different type of treatment, you're excluding him from normal classes, you don't give them access to equal curriculum, then it will be very difficult. And I believe that among, as I said, that from the World Bank reports of Indonesian students who are disabled doesn't have equal access. What if between that 30% of students with disabilities are Stephen Hawking, the guy who has brilliant ideas to solve problems in this country, who has very determination spirit to solve that issues that we are facing right now. So providing equal access, build a correct system where we can build the tolerance and we build the capacity of the teacher and build the is very, very important for the inclusive education in Indonesia.
Thank you, Mas Adit. Yes, I agree so much on that statement. It's truly important. I mean, as I said earlier, it maybe should be our default in Indonesia, and I really hope that as life continues, we can understand. Indonesia can also change step by step. It's okay, baby steps, and we have Mas Surya here to be the part of our change as well, and also many of us. Okay, let's move on to our next discussion. Is how can young people contribute to making an inclusive environment in their surrounding? So this is also related to our building tolerance discussion previously with Mas Adit. So how can young people like us, how can youth makes contribute to making their environment as inclusive as it has been? Maybe from Zafran Arif. You have
All right.
very experience in United States, and I believe United States has uh, different approaches to disabilities and inclusive environment. So please.
All right. Thank you for the question. So, for young people, I would like to define it since we were a kid and to the youth to the 20th something age. So, the first thing is don't be picky when choosing friends. Teach our kids if you guys already have kids, or teach our younger siblings to be friends, to interact with people from various backgrounds, because diversity is beautiful. You can learn various things. We can learn a lot of things from people from different backgrounds from us, and it's really beautiful. And for example, in the United States itself, United States of America is famous for being the immigrant country. Here in the United States, we don't have like the natural or the original people. Well, we actually have the Indians here, but then majority of the United States of America is from Europe. It's either from Europe or Asia or Africa. So this country is literally immigrant country, and there's a lot of diversity here. There's a lot of people from different backgrounds. Maybe some people here already live here since they were kids, or since they were born here, but then their ancestors is from is from the world. Their ancestors are from Germany. Their ancestors from Japan or China, or maybe it's from South Africa, from anywhere in the world. And here in the United States, especially now, the parents are starting to tell their kids to play with others. The white kids are starting to play with the black kids. Some black kids are starting to play with the Asian kids, and so on. And that's the beautiful thing here in the United States. And we have to implement this kind of things in every country in the world. We cannot see people based on their skin color. We cannot judge people from their backgrounds, because at the end, we're all the same. We're all humans. And people here in the United States, sometimes we see that there's a lot of racial movements, or people in other worlds see the United States as a racist countries. But in fact, racism is, well, it's a big issue here. But then racism, it's not that big. It's all about the media, and it's really not that big. People here in the United States are afraid of being racist. They don't want to be racist. They want to be inclusive. They want to be friends with a lot of people. Even the white people here, the guys, the people with white skins, they don't want to be racist. Even though there used to be something called KKK, or if you know that organization, the Ku Klux Klan. It's not relevant now. The white people here really hate racism. They want to be friends with the blacks. They want to be friends with the Asians. They want to be friends with people around the world. And I think it's really good, because it is starting to be inclusive, and the diversity here in the United States is starting to be accepted in the United States. And I believe if the United States, as the biggest country in the world, I mean, it's the I don't know, the superior country in the world, can do that, the rest of the countries in the world can do that as well. We need to be inclusive. We need to embrace diversity. We need to accept diversity. And also, I also used to study in Indonesia in IPB University, to be specific. IPB University gave access to all people from Indonesia, from all around Indonesia. We have students from Sabang to Merauke. Well, it's basically all around Indonesia. And IPB University doesn't see the economic aspects of the people. They give the equal treatments to all people. We used to live in a dormitory where it is mandatory, and every students from everywhere in Indonesia have to go to the dormitory and has to live there, so that the students in the IPB University can see the diversity. Let's say that I'm from Java Island, I can see people from Sumatra Island, and I can see people from Papua Island, and that's the beautiful thing, I guess. And giving access and being inclusive by forcing people to be inclusive, I think it's really important, so that people are deep down in their hearts will be inclusive by itself, by the default. And let's go back to the United States. People in the United States are inclusive just because they don't want to be racist, just because of their history that they are saying that the white people are ashamed of. And I think when Indonesia and the United States are starting to be inclusive, and are starting to accept diversity, are starting to embrace diversity, other people from around the world will be the same. They can also be inclusive and embrace diversity there. And let's go back to the young people. If the old people like us, I mean, are we old yet? I don't know. But if the adult like us can embrace diversity, that means we can teach our younger sister, younger brothers, younger siblings, or we can teach our kids to do the same as us. We can tell our kids to be friends with a lot of people. Like, yeah, you can go ahead, play around with those kids, and don't be picky with your friends, something like that. And that's the most important thing that we have to teach to our children in the future. I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Zafran. That's very interesting point right there. I noted that even in the superior countries such as United States, there are so many diverse people who has different backgrounds, and it's really interesting how racism is one thing in America. But I can note one thing from this point, that maybe before we contribute to making an inclusive environment, we should from ourselves to accept the differences itself, to accept that there are differences and this whole world is all about diversity. And once you can accept that, I think there's just this what do you call it, um, adrenaline to know people, to understand, to study about them, to study about the diversity itself, and the inclusivity to include everyone around you, even though you have various different kinds of backgrounds and maybe different kinds of treatments. So we see that there can be no more of racism or such, or bullying, or anything like that. And because of that, I'm interested to ask Surya about this, about the community involvement in this disability context. So, how do communities promote inclusive space? Because as we see, we have already accepted that there are differences in our environment. But how do communities can promote inclusive space? There must be challenges. As a deaf activist, I believe you have faced many challenges to that. So, do you mind sharing it with us?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. My organization named Handai Tuli. It's the hearing world and the deaf world. We okay. So we have a goal to unite the hearing and deaf world. And for examples, maybe a lot of young people or people in general did not have any experiences meeting people with disability or deaf people. And that's what our goal is. And I will talk about in America. In the 1999, the ASL, the American Sign Language, start to spread and teach, and the ASL is included in the university. So it's like a public lesson, So a lot of people want to know about sign language. For example, here in Rochester, when you go to the hospitals, there are interpreters or the one who can speak sign, So it's really inclusive. How about in Indonesia? Us as deaf communities collaborate and unite to promote sign language, especially in school curriculum, and we have also goal to the teacher how to teach the deaf students, and then after like normalize meeting deaf people, disability people, and then maybe we can include them in the general public school, so then as the time goes on, society will feel it's normalized, it's a default. And then because I think a lot of people know or understand about disability world in adult age, but I think it's really important to start from the young age, to have friends, to communicate, to interact with the disability community. Yeah.
Okay, that's really great. I'm really interested in how it can be started when we were kids, before we actually trying to normalize it and our communities. So, what are the challenging parts of doing so? Like, what are the challenging part when you're trying to improve and trying to achieve your goal in your community? Is it handai tuli? It is. It is it handai tuli, right? Okay. You might share with us the challenges that you have faced.
Okay. Yeah. For examples, the parents non-disability have children with disability, and then maybe they meet with people with disability, or get in touch with them, and okay, so they communicate with sign language, and then for example, maybe parents or teachers look at me like, oh my god, you have disability, oh my god, and they're crying, and oh my god, you're so, it's like pity me, and that's because they don't usually, it's not common for them to interact or meet with people with disability. But as the time goes on, we are friends now, and they not like pitying me anymore, but they respect me as human. So I think, and or for example, another example, maybe we can hire, for example, in the film industry or entertaining industry, we can hire like deaf actors for acting as a deaf, in the film, but not hiring hearing people. So another people can watch about the film and understand, oh, this is disability community, or disabled actors, etc.
Wow, that's really great. I just knew that previously we had Hollywood actress from the disability that just got her award, and that was inspiring for me. So I really hope that Indonesia can future have their own deaf actor like Surya and has their own award, and we all can normalize people with disabilities. Okay, thank you so much, Surya, for your opinion and your experience. Now we have a question from the participant. Let me read it. From Zahran Nugraha. I want to ask, what do you imagine when the world is perfectly inclusive and perfectly accepts differences? Wow. What might arise if the problem of these differences is completely resolved? This is a good question, and I will let Mas Adi to answer it. Please, Mas.
Yeah, thank you, Mbak Rania. I think this is a very good questions. Yeah, I think the thing that we have to understand is people different backgrounds are having different experience, different skill, different knowledge, different wisdoms. Whether your disabilities, whether you're coming from different background, whether different races, and so on, we'll all having different load that we are carrying. Like I learned a lot from the people from eastern part of Indonesia. They know way much better about mining. They know way much better about the importance of the fisheries. People in the West, people are from Java, for example. They have very good how to do better agriculture. People are coming from different area, has different local knowledge that they can bring together to the table. If we can resolve all of these differences, whether you're disabled or not, whether you're coming from different background, whether you're coming from different races, whether you're coming from different ethnicity, then we can start accelerating the livelihood, because then we are not worried anymore. When you're talking with different people, you are thinking my people, and then I cannot cooperate with them, and then it's very difficult for me to understand their culture and so on. Just making all of this difference aside, then we're talking about the real, the real talents that we are bringing to the table. I think it can speed up the process of innovation. It speed up the process of technology. It speed up the process of finding cure for cancer, for example. Because you don't feel worried or when you're talking with people from different background. You just do things, and then you're trying to do with people. I'm very much appreciate talking with Surya and Zahran today. For example, you guys are coming from different background. Zahran is way than me. Surya has a very good skill and knowledge on acting and film, for example. So this kind of thing make me learn, what I haven't known before about many things, and I even learned from you, Rania, about different things. So if you put all of this difference aside, we're talking about solving real issues, and then we're just squeezing our brains, despite of any gender, races, disability. Then yeah, I think it can speed up the process to solve many problems. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Mas Adit. So here, actually, we are learning from it, one another. I'm learning from Mas Surya, from Mas Adit, and also from Mas Zafran. Okay, thank you so much for the answer, Mas Adit. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to a documentation session where we all give our best smile, our best facial expression to the world. Okay, maybe the operator can help us for the documentation session. Excuse me. All right. We have here Surya with his handsome smile, Mas Adit with his handsome face, and Zafran. Wow, you look so good, man. And we have our JBI, or Juru Bahasa Isyarat. Now we give our best facial expression, okay? I will lead this documentation session. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you so much for all the speakers that for your time. I really appreciate it. All the knowledge, all the sharings and experiences are all noted, and we really hope that this can bring benefits to Indonesia and the people who are watching us today. Now, please let me give a conclusion, like a little bit of a summarization of what you guys have just discussed. So about inclusion itself, I'm really interested in inclusive part because inclusive cultures make people feel respected and valued for who they are as an individual or group. People feel a level of supportive energy and also commitment from others so that they can do their best at their life. And inclusion can often means a shift in an organization mindset and culture that has visible effects, such as participation in classrooms and how even at offices are physically organized. And to reach that state, we still have so many challenges to until we reach that state. But it's not the end point, as what Surya just mentioned earlier, that we have many workshops and trainings for the teachers and for the people to normalize the disabilities and everyone with diverse background and knowledge. So again, thank you so much for the speakers who are coming today. We thank you from the bottom of our heart for taking from your busy schedule to become one of the panel speakers at our event. Your presence and wise words has helped magnify our cause in the best possible way to unveil the future of education in Asia. And we hope you have enjoyed the event more so as we all did. Please accept our apologies for any inconveniences caused during the event. And kind regards, EdHeroes Asia Malaysia Chapter. Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Thank you. And bye.
I really love to. Thank you so much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the EdHeroes Series Asia for the Malaysian chapter with the theme Embracing Diversity, Strengthening the Community. With the theme as well, Education as the Game Change. With this, the track 3 for the second session, which the title is Volunteerism, Grassroots Level Create Transformation. Hello, everyone. I'm Fikri Azmiananda. I'm an undergraduate student from President University, majoring in international relations, and also co-founder of Context 2A2. And today, I'm going to be your moderator for today's event. Okay, everyone. Uh, of course, today I'm not going to be alone in this session, in this forum. We have two speakers today. The first one is the Mr. Fahad Pahadipe. He is the executive director of Amanat Institute. And then our second speaker is Nazia Rosle. She is state chief commissioner for Putrajaya Giri Guide Association. So we call our first speaker. Hello, Miss Nazira.
Hello,
Hello,
Fikri.
hello, Miss.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. A bit sick, but I'm good. Thank you for
Yeah,
having me today.
Yeah, me too. I'm good, Miss. Where are you right now? In Malaysia or where? Somewhere.
Yes, I'm in Malaysia. Currently, I'm in Putrajaya, the central.
Wow, nice, nice. Okay. Oh yeah. For your information, Miss Nazira, our
Mhm.
second speaker, Mr. Fahad, is I think he will let to come to our forum since to due to the some issue. So he will join to our forum soon as possible when he will ready as soon as possible. Okay. Uh, yeah, I think without further ado, I think our participants, including me as well, already cannot wait for waiting for your sharing session and insightful that you're going to share with us today.
All
And
right.
then, yeah, Miss. I think, yeah, of course, the topic we will be bringing up today is volunteerism, grassroots level create transformation. Yeah, talking about the volunteerism itself is like as a form of helping in which people actively seek out opportunities to assist a need, make considerable and continuing commitment to provide assistance and sustain these commitments over extended period of time, often at considerable personal cost. And then when we're talking about the culture itself, like the grassroots movement is an organized effort undertaken by groups of individuals in a given geographic area to bring about changes in social policy or influence an outcome. Also, actually, like undertaken at local, regional, national, and international level, grassroots movement are considered bottom up rather than top down efforts. I think without any further ado, in order to know more about this topic, I think we have the expert speaker who will talk about this field. I think she is Miss Nazira. Okay, without further ado, let me start. Miss Nazira, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, me too.
Let's go.
Yeah. Okay, we come to the first question. I mean, like from there are a lot of activities, right? In
Mhm,
voluntary activities in Malaysia as well. I believe that either which is from the governmental and non-governmental organization itself. Uh,
mhm,
I'm curious about how do society perceive volunteer activities in all aspects of life in Malaysia? Does
mhm,
it belong to a specific profession like social work, or it
mhm.
can be done to any governmental and non-governmental organization or NGO? What do you think, Miss Nazira?
Okay, for Malaysia, there's I would say volunteerism is that it encompasses almost everywhere. Whether you
Mhm,
are in the private sector or are you even in the government sector, there's always room and platforms for you to volunteer. Now,
mhm,
specifically in Malaysia, it's quite unique when you have uniform bodies in school. So uniform bodies, like for me, I'm a girl guide, and then we have scouts, we have the Red Crescents, we have St. John's. All those are already in school, so that's quite easy. And for me, volunteerism sometimes you don't have to have even a proper body if you want to do some volunteer work. The biggest I think example was when we had the worst flood ever that we had in Selangor earlier this year, and where we can see like almost nobody, that no one, some people, there's this volunteer called Azwan. He just took his car, bring his boat with him, and then just went on saving people during the flood. So you can see, like in Malaysia, for I know you can see the cats. So I'm, I'm
yeah,
hoping you can see.
no problem.
So in Malaysia, volunteerism has been encompasses in every single factors in our lives. So it can be in the private sector. A lot of them are doing great work. It can be in NGOs, and we have like NGOs that have created change
Mhm,
specifically. And I can talk about like Girl Guides. For example, Girl Guides movement that has been around for 100 over years in Malaysia, and this movement, Girl Guides movement, is for us to create more leaders and more
yeah.
change makers. So yeah, that's what I thought of volunteerism in Malaysia.
Ah, nice. Also, it's been like the participant or the volunteer itself. It's what are they their age or their I mean either all the student or mostly from the university student? Because when looking to Indonesia itself, actually a lot of volunteerism and community that have a lot of agenda to open the volunteering recruitment for all student in Indonesia, especially for college student
Yeah.
or for senior high school. Is it also applicable for the Malaysia itself from the junior, senior until to the college student?
Yeah, I would say for us there's like ample enough opportunities, especially when it
Mhm.
comes to school. So because in Malaysia we already have uniform bodies, like I said before, and
Mhm.
uniform bodies will always have uh, community work, right? So
Okay.
so you can have kids as low as 9 years old volunteering, right?
Huh?
And then they go on to school, high school. They also have lots of ample that is happening in school that where they have to do community work. When they are in the university, then there's abundance more of opportunity where they can go even to national volunteer work. So it's a matter of like providing that platform first. Like if we have the platform and it is inclusive, it is diverse, it allows people to come in and join, it will be much better for the volunteer movement in the country.
Wow, nice to know that, Miss Nazira, from your perspective. Okay. Maybe okay. The second question will be right. Uh, can after your explain to us about the volunteer activity as well, I curious about what have been the significant outcomes of grassroots movement in creating transformation in society. Uh,
um there's a few exciting ones that actually happened that I would like to talk about. And the first one I think that is so monumentous in Malaysia is when Undi 18 was started. So Undi
mm,
18 was started very like a few people in the grassroots. They started the movement of Undi 18, and you know what? They actually changed the act where they allow now 18 years old to vote. And I think that is like the most monumental grassroots change that happened ever, when you have like these people from the grassroots actually allow for an act to change. And another one that I would like to talk about is like from the Girl Guides perspective. So Girl Guides is kind of like Scouts but for girls. So ours for girls is called Girl Guides.
yeah.
So for in my opinion, for Girl Guides specifically, the one thing that we have touched on, specifically for Malaysia, is on the child marriage. So we're
Mm,
talking about, so it's something that everyone was so shocked to know that it's still happening. Like we didn't know that girls are being put away, like they got they be hand away for marriage. So for Girl Guides, we actually took action and we went to the parliament, we demand for change, but currently we are still waiting for that act change. We are still
wow.
waiting for at least a glimmer of hope where girls are put into schools and no more girls are being married off at such a young age. So those are the two, I think, examples that I feel very inspiring coming from a grassroots movement where they made this huge change.
Okay. It's like very has the impact to the society, especially in the gear that you're with the community that you're currently building, right, Miss Nazira?
Yes.
So it's interesting. So okay. In this we have Mr. Fahad Pahdipai, who has joined into our forum. Hello, Mr. Fahad Pahdipai.
Hello, my name is Pahdepi, not
Oh, Pahdipai. Sorry
Padipai.
for pronunciation. So what could I
Different
what can
pronunciation. It's
okay
like
okay
PewDiePie, but different.
okay. So what can I call you,
You can
Mr.
call me
Fahad?
Fud. You can call me Fud.
Mr. Fat. Okay, Mr. Fat. Okay,
Yes.
welcome to our session in the forum. Actually, we have just started our forum actually with Eyewitness Nazira, and then uh, we have I have actually had question to I have asked several questions to Miss Nazira, and then I would like the same question to you first before we continue. I want to know, maybe all the participants in this forum also want to know from your perspective, from your point of view as well. And then
Okay.
it is okay. Which is the first question is like, how do society perceive volunteer activities in all aspects of life in Malaysia? I mean, does it belong to a specific profession like social work, or it can be done to any governmental, non-governmental organization or NGO? Any from your thought, Mr. Fat?
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank the committee to, invite me for inviting me joining this session. It's honorable for me. I'm very glad to share with you all. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I can't really hit the question on target, yeah. But I try to I try to share my perspective about volunteerism, about how how we force and inspire people, to go with an idea, to follow an idea, to start moving with something they believe they want to they want to implement in their life. It can be anything, as you mentioned before. It can be implemented in the governmental area, or it can be implemented in the issues that not really related to the government issue or political issue or everything. It can be everything, as long as we have something that inspire people, inspire society, community to do something. So that's the very the very core thing that we need to discuss in the beginning, in my opinion, because people uh, will start to move or will start to do something because they see something that they believe, or they want to share you know some same values with others. So that's the thing that I want to I want to talk in the beginning.
Okay, nice.
uh yeah.
Maybe
Can you repeat what's your uh you know
my
what's the
question.
key what's the key question? Yeah.
Okay, my the key question is how do society perceive volunteer activities in all aspects of life in Malaysia? And does it belong to a specific profession like social work, or it can be done to any governmental and non-governmental organization or NGO? Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice, Mr. Fat? Or would you like?
Yeah. Not really, because the connection was lost
Okay, okay. No, no, no
and
problem,
still
Mr.
loading here.
Okay, okay, no worry, no worry. I mean, from your perspective, from your explanation before, we have got the point from your answer, which like the volunteer itself, it can be implementing not only for the governmental issue only, but can be anything as long as it can be inspire and impact to the society who needs us the most. Okay, thank you for your. It's like a really, really interesting answer from you. Maybe okay, I think Mr. Fahad have the certain issue maybe due to his connection, internet connection. Maybe we can continue, Miss Nazira, for our question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I think okay after you explained before like how the society perceive volunteer activity in all aspect in Malaysia, and then also how the significant outcome itself, especially you have talked to us about the uh, community that has you currently built in Malaysia that impacting to the society, especially for the girls, and then I also want to ask how do volunteers be recognized by the government as a part of change makers? What do you feel since you have a lot of project and even I believe that you can know how do the volunteer be recognized by the government as part of change makers?
For me, I would have think that they are being recognized at a certain point, but there is currently a movement for the urgent call for the need for social worker act. So social worker act is a very important. We want people who are volunteering, that they can be registered with the welfare department, because this is for the safety of everyone, not just for the social worker, but also for those who are at the receiving ends. So there is with the pandemic holding going on, and we've seen there's a lot of I would say climate change problems such as floods coming in and whatnot. So I think the social worker acts that we are coming in, that's supposed to come up, should come in urgently, because there's more people that are in the volunteering field. It's good that if we have a system where both sides, not just the social worker, but also those who are at the receiving end, get the safety net that we should provide, because we have to ensure these are people that are, either lost their families, or they were in precarious situations. So to ensure their safety, we need this. So I hope that the government will start working on that soon.
Okay, it means like if we conclude that you say the system it have to be built in order to meet who want to be volunteering with the people who want need the most for the receive itself for the volunteering, isn't it?
For those who want to work professionally as a social worker.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So
Okay,
so I mean, like, for volunteers,
Mhm.
there's always been uh sorry, opportunities for them to just get engaged, but to be recognized as one is, you can go under, for example, Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. So our youth ministry actually has their own volunteering system going on. So if you want to have like a more legit, something that is recognized by the government, you can go through that way.
Nice, nice. Okay, we hope that it can be better soon for the next future, yeah, Miss Nazira. Okay, Mr. Fahd, I think Mr. Fahd still have a problem with his internet connection. Okay, next is like, I mean, as we have mentioned before as well, that be volunteering itself is for all people, including the student or the student college. And then I'm curious as well, do universities and school encourage their student to do voluntary activities, Miss Nazira? What your
Yes,
opinion?
definitely. We are highly encouraged, because, by the end of the day, the reason why we all go through an education path, doesn't matter is whether it's degree, or, even around school, the path is, at the end of the day, you can give something back to your own community. So we do encourage volunteerism among students. So now, for example, I work with very young children. I work with young girls. So at the age of 9, they can start, they know how to do, crowdfunding for toys. They crowdfund stationaries for refugee centers. Even at the young age, we need to learn to teach kids, to empower them to become, you are a part of a chain maker. You can do something about your community. So yes, I would think that in Malaysia we do encourage kids to become part of voluntary movement.
Oh, okay, okay, nice. I mean, uh, I think I want to ask as well, Miss Nazira, as you have mentioned before that from the government, from the university itself, encourage the student to do the volunteering itself. So
Mhm.
I mean, since there are a lot of activities of volunteer, what are the most significant? I mean, obstacles that all the volunteer going to face during their volunteerism activities.
Sorry, I a bit of a cough. Sorry again. Can I have the question again?
Okay. As you have mentioned before, that university and school encourage students to do
Mhm.
volunteering, right? So, uh, So since there are a lot of activities before that actually did by a student college or a student in Malaysia, what are the most significant obstacles that they are facing during their volunteer activity, and how they solve it, and what how can they learn from it?
All right. So that's a great question. I mean, like, there's always
Yeah,
going to be some sort of obstacle when you just about when you
yeah.
just go to the ground and start helping. So I would like to talk about what happened when it was the floods that happening in Selangor early this year. So at the time, there were many. I think the problem was coordination of getting the supply to the people that need the demands. So that was one of the problems that I realized. Now, when the flood happens, the volunteer movement
Mm-hmm.
very impressively happened using social media. So it
Mm-hmm.
was happened just using Twitter. Everyone was just tweeting out who needs help. Okay, which area doesn't need volunteer. At the time, there wasn't much of the coordination. So I was
Mm-hmm.
very impressed over how netizens, as we call it
Yeah.
in Malaysia, actually just band together and coordinate. So at the time, there was a problem in communication at the time, especially when trying to find help for people. They actually reach out through Twitter to find help. So that coordination wise, everyone started to band together. And then there's one more story that I felt was super nice, was the white flag movement. So the white flag movement was when during our MCO, our movement control order. So everyone was at home. There were people that didn't have food. So someone actually created an app where you can open up the map and see if there's any people that you can actually help. So you see, it's not, you don't need a policymaker at the time, and again, you don't need like someone fancy. It's just someone that just had an idea. Here's an app. If anyone needs help, you can just ask for that. So it was the Kita Jaga Kita app. It was amazing.
Okay. Okay. Nice. It's really, really great statement from your experience as well, Ms. Nazira. Okay, this Mr. Fat already, joined with us again.
Yeah.
Uh, okay,
Yes.
but I think we have discussed with Miss Nazira regarding the uh, uh, what is, I mean, how university and school encourage the student to do volunteer activities. And from the answer from Ms. Nazira is, yeah, there are a lot of student at university encourage the student to do the volunteering stuff. So maybe I would like, from your perspective and experience as well, uh, is there any kind of volunteerism experience you have been before, and then what kind of obstacles that you are facing at the time, and how you
O-
solve it? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the question. I'm very sorry because at the beginning the connection was not stable. I was trying to guess actually your question at the beginning because the question was the connection was, yeah, unstable, and your voice was unclear. So I'm sorry. First question, first impression was not really good because I was hoping that the connection back, so we can back to the discussion. But you know, unfortunately, I have to change the device. Now I'm back now with the smartphone. I hope it's better. So thank you for the opportunity we discuss that we have now. We will discuss about volunteerism. Yeah. Uh, it's based on my experience in Indonesia. Now I'm running an organization called Amanat Institute. So this organization actually work on political side. So we try to influence and give information, give sometimes trainings, workshop, etc. to young people, to get to know better about politics and all the processes in the politics. So we try
Mhm.
also to give them experience. Connect them with politicians, connect them with political organizations. Sometimes we send them also to the government institution or political institutions that relevant with this field. So actually, my experience is on how to make a common ground for young people or common room for young people before they get before they enter into real political world or before they get into real political experience. We give them introduction, we give them activities on this. Is it related to our topic today or not? I'm not really sure, but I believe that politics is, we can't separate politics with voluntarism, because people, want to achieve something in politics. People want to change the society, for example. People want to join a political party to become a politician because there is something that drives them to to do something. There is something that force them, drive them, inspire them, to do something for their community, their social society, etc. There is no pay for it, no money in it sometimes. So it's really related to voluntarism, in my opinion, because many young politicians also aspire or emerge from, uh, you know, uh, yeah, organization in the student organization, maybe youth organization in the schools, in the university, and they are really uh, uh, they are voluntary, voluntary do what they do in this kind of in this field. Yeah. So the most important thing, to make this thing successful, voluntarism, make people get into politics, make people interested to politics, interested to social movement, things like this. I think the most important things is idea. What idea that they want to work for, or what the idea that want to implement in the society. So the first thing is, we give them, understanding about the situation, understanding about the processes, understanding about everything that we need to share with them, that we need to transfer to them, about the situation. When they attach to the idea, when they attach to the understanding, they will, you know, drive or force, to do something. So they will voluntarily do something that they believe. So in my experience, that's the most important things. I also usually divided it into three things that I three formulas that I called as 3I. The first I is insight. People who wants to be a volunteer, for example, or who want to join an organization, all the organization, social movement or social organization, they need to be equipped, or they need to be equipped with insight. They need to know things. They need to know about the situation, about the backgrounds, about what the objective of this organization or this movement, things like that. So the first is about insight. We need to give them insight, info, imagination. The first I. The second, we need people who can be believed by them. The people who can be a leader in, yeah, among these people. The second I called integrity. We need people with integrity. So the integrity is something that, I believe that integrity is as simple as this. Integrity is when we committed to something bigger than ourselves. We have our own interests, we have our own objective, we have our own goals. But when we committed to something bigger than ourselves, everything, it can be religion, it can be about social issues, or dreams of nation, things bigger than ourselves, that integrity. So we need to build that kind of integrity. So when we put people with integrity among these volunteers, among these people who want to join a movement, or want to join an organization, so they will move. They will do what they need to do. The second I is integrity. The last thing is, when we have these two, insight and integrity, so this movement, this organization, this voluntary system will create inspiration itself. So this will inspire people. So people will join because they see the idea, they see the integrity. So this thing may inspire more. So people will come, people will want to join, will keen to work for the dream, work for the objective. So that's
Mm.
based on my experience. Maybe that's
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Well noted, Mr. Fat. It's really insightful formulas that you have been shared to us in this session. Anyway, also any thought from Miss Nazira, since you have volunteering itself that actually impact to other society, is there any as well from your side in order to encourage other students out there to be the volunteering?
As I
Yeah.
would believe when I totally agree when Mr. Fayed says about you have to believe in it, right? So it is something that you have to find your passion, that that you're gonna bring this all the way, and you're gonna find ways for you to actually start doing it. So when we, like, for example, when we did on the issue of child marriage, when everyone's, well, all of us, when we work, because we've been working all along with a lot of young girls, we want them to see to fulfill their full potential. We want to see
Mhm.
them do great in the world. But suddenly we have heard like a few girls that are left behind, and then
Yeah.
just paid off and don't have those kind of opportunities and education. So with that, and a lot of girls felt the same way. And then when you find the right people and you have that same passion, it allows you to drive forward for what you believe in. It can be about anything. For us, it was specifically about child marriages. But for you, if it's climate change, and you can see the signs of it everywhere now. If that is what is your passion, work for it. You'll find people that have the same interests of you. You can work together, and then you can move forward. Bring forward that idea. You bring forward that passion of yours for everyone. So that's what volunteering is. It's not just about helping people, but it also, you want to change minds, you want to create stories, you want to be able to create significant change for not just your community, but it also for your nation, right? So find your interest. It can be like in matter of mental health. It can be in a matter of like HIV or AIDS, health. Right now, currently, there's a lot of movements for STEM. Find what you like. Find the people that like the same thing, and then you can just
Nice, nice. Okay, okay. Nice statement from both of you, Mr. Fat and Miss Nazira. Uh, okay, this is another question. Uh, I'm also curious about since that you have mentioned before that there are actually a lot of student or young out there want to be volunteering and want to be impactful to other and to society, the other to transform the society itself. I mean, is there what do you think about the young out there? I mean, who do not want to be volunteering, who don't care to their society for being impactful. Since we know that young today is actually as a part of change maker for the future, but some of them actually care less about the society itself and more to yeah to only more focus on themselves, not other society. But they actually have the role to change the society itself. What do you think about that? Cass, maybe Miss Nazira, you can go first.
I'm a teacher. All right. So I have this belief that everyone innately, they are good. They
Yeah,
want to do good. They
yeah,
want to do
yeah.
um, good for everyone else. But if it's not for them, it's quite hard for you to just force it,
Yeah.
right? Like but for me, maybe not. We need to find, they need to find something that they like, not significantly. Because I'm all for girl power, I'm all for that, and I'm asking someone to follow me, let's do this and whatnot, and if it's just really not for them,
Mhm.
definitely it's not going to help them. But you know um volunteering doesn't mean you have to go big. You don't have to start your own NGO.
Yeah.
They can be started, maybe just helping out your neighbor. You're just helping out your friends, so maybe they can start small. You don't have to, and we can also impose, like, I want you to become a change maker. We can't impose that too much of a person, but we can also ask them to join us. So that is like our own first step. Our own first step is like, hi, do you want to join me for today? Let's go to the refugee center or something. Let's start small first.
Okay, totally agree with you, Miss Nazira, because something big start from the something small, right? Isn't it? Okay, maybe from your perspective, Mr. Fat, what do you think about this? Right?
Yeah, I believe that actually everybody work for for themselves. Yeah. I
Yeah.
believe that we work for ourselves. Someone work for them for himself or herself. There is no such thing. People work for others in the very core. I believe in that. But what the difference between the professional world and voluntary world or social movement world? First is about something that drives you in the professional world. We drive by things that we want to achieve in our life. We paid by what we paid by what we do, because we want something for ourselves. We want better life. We want comfort in our life. We want to we want pride for ourselves, things like that. But the difference is we do something because we are good at something, and people need our skills, need our work, and someone will pay for us. So that's professional. The difference in There is some differences in social work, including in voluntary in volunteering. Uh, you know, I believe that people who volunteer for something, they want to achieve something for themselves as well. It can be self-esteem, it can be pride, it can be value for themselves, things like that. So that's why I believe that we need to install something in them, in the self, something that they believe to is something that they believe, so they will work very hard to achieve it. So so that's that's how I how I manage people in my community, for example, in my organization, in my in my institution. I install self belief like that in them, because they need to work not for me, not for the organization, but for themselves. So what we need to do is, you know we put big ideas into fractals, into something more details, that we can share these details ideas, for every individual with unique role, unique uh, yeah, unique division as well, because I agree with Mr. Nazira. People don't need to change the world. They only need to change their bedroom, for example. By changing their bedroom, by fixing their bedroom, they make the world little bit better. I remember a quote from Mother Teresa. She said that if you have a dream to change the world, go home and take care of your family, because if you have better family, you make the world better. So the thing is, how we tell the story about changing the world, how we tell the big story, big ideas that mentioned by Miss Nazira before, into something that relatable with every individual in the organization. They want to, for example, there is an issue like child marriage, or like Miss Nazira mentioned before, or like climate change, or we want to make a better nation, we want to change the society. That's a big story, that's a big idea. The thing is not convince them about this big story, about this big idea, but change or change and make this big story smaller. There is a theory in social in social and communication. There is grand narrative and small narratives. You know, every grand narrative, consists small narrative. So every big stories comes from small stories. So what the thing that we need to do is, make small story belong to all the individuals in the system, in the organization. How to convince them that this big idea is relatable to them. This is also what big ideology, even religion, work in ourselves. Because we want something for ourselves. We want peace. We want better life. We want, better life after this messy life, for example. That's all the idea is about ourselves. It's not about people outside. So also in voluntary, how to make big idea relevant to us, relevant to everyone in the community, is about, dividing this big story into small narratives. So that's my idea. That's my opinion.
Well, noted, Miss Nazira and Mr. Fat, for your answer. It's really actually happened to me as well when I come from Padang, from a small city in Padang, actually West Sumatra, and then I have ambition to create a better or impactful movement to Indonesia as a whole, but I think it's a little bit tricky. I think it's really complicated, and then I try to reflect myself and try to see around me and my neighbor and my in Padang especially. I think I don't need to do the big things, since we have the small thing to figure out to fix it first. I think we can start from the small thing to create a big change for the future. Okay. Thank you for Miss Nazir. Maybe we come to the question that we have collected before during our session. First from Bocil. The question is, in your society, how do you find volunteerism and its impact on society? Maybe Mr. Fat, you may go first, Mr.
Yeah, we discussed about story before. We discussed about big stories, small stories, something that drive people, do something, make people do something in their life, individual life, community, or even bigger in the nation, level, or in the world level. So I believe that the most important thing in our life is also story. You know, this world, this civilization is a story. So it's a big story, built on built by small stories. Regarding the question, I believe that to make volunteerism matters is about making story and also telling story. The story, there is a theory by someone named, this he is expert in narrative. The name is uh, I will be back with the name. But the book titled The Anatomy of Story. Story should be consisted by four fundamental things. The first is sequences of stories, sequences of events. So when we want to make volunteerism matters in our life, when we want to inspire people to move or to do something, first we need to design or we need to plan sequences of events. Sequences of events means, there is no such thing like, for example, changing, for example, changing a government, for example. Changing a government is something that in the very end, maybe from series of events, from sequences of events. We need to start by discussion. We need to start by writing some articles, in newspapers, in media, things like that. So when we want to do something, including volunteerism in any field or in any topics, we need to plan sequences of events. So all the events that we design, creating story. The second is about characters. The second is about people who who want who are people that we put in the story. Who's the people? Volunteerism is also about who's the people, who start the movement, who start the idea. The reputation of the people is very important. You know, when, for example, sometimes we want to change something, and we start the work, but who we are, what our reputation, what we have done in our life, for example. That's very important. But the second things that's very important in volunteerism is also characters who are involved in this movement, in these things. The third thing, in my opinion, based on this theory, based on this theory that I quoted, is the third thing is about uh, time being, or time being, the context, where it started, where it's happening, when it's happening. And that's very important. The momentum, the time, the place. So the time being, that's very important. And the last part, in making a story, matters, making the story important, is about making consequences, the logical consequences of what we are doing, what we have done. That's also very important. So by thinking about these four these four things, first about the sequence, second about the people, the third about the context or the time being, and the fourth is about the consequences. you know this helps us making a good story for everything, including for volunteerism, including for, we can put all the topics into this kind of, into this formula of a story. So yeah, I think that's for me.
Okay, we got your point, Mr. Park. Thank you for sharing your perspective. Maybe I would like to Miss Nazira. Any thought or add up from you, Miss Nazira, from your perspective itself?
Okay, when we talk, I do agree when it comes to volunteerism, what a major thing that can come off of it is like the inspiring stories. You know
Yes.
how people just band together to help. You don't care. You don't even think about race at the time. You don't think about religion. You just want to help your fellow human being, right? So from there, you're not just impacting, you're not just helping out, we're not making someone's life better, but at the
Mhm.
same time you're also encouraging others to help, because you then show to other people you don't have to become just a bystander and looking and not doing anything. And a lot of the times when we talk about like volunteer work, a lot of people say, oh, I don't have the time, I don't need, but sometimes there's so many ways that you can help.
Yes.
Sometimes like just retweeting or helping on an NGO, that is in a social media kind of sense. You can even donate money. If you don't have money, you can donate your clothes. You can donate your school items. All those things. Volunteerism, it impacts our society in a very positive way. It allows us to heal when we are overcome with a very precarious situation. It allows our society to heal, and also very importantly, through volunteerism, it allows us to see a glimmer of hope. You know, especially when we saw that devastating flood just now that happened earlier in this year. We allow us to give us hope, to not just the victims, but also the other people that were sleeping out. And then that story was of that volunteerism is very important. And again, I would like to say volunteerism will impact your society positively, because in the end, you give back, you make better your place better.
Okay. It's really awesome perspective and statement from your side also, Miss Nazira. Thank you very much. I think okay, we have one question I think this will be the last question. From Zahra Nugraha, what kind of voluntary activities or fields can still be considered underrated even though they have a significant impact on the environment and or self-development? Maybe Miss Zavira, you can start first.
A lot of times I feel like volunteer activities does felt kind of underrated, and sometimes when certain movement that are the in thing or the trend kind of take over, but I do feel like certain movements like for example for OKUs, um and also climate change, I believe that doesn't necessarily had the spotlight, and when it is going to give actually more impact towards the environment. I would like to say one of the movements towards orang asal in Malaysia is not given as much spotlight as I feel like they should. Because they are the ones that are actually going to help our environment, and that is just not just going to impact climate change or the environment, but it's also going to give us the information, the idea about orang asal, and allow them to keep their culture. And I think that is very significant, but unfortunately, it's a bit underrated. Um, and also, last but not least, it also includes education.
Hmm.
It seems funny, but yeah, it feels a bit underrated.
Okay,
Sorry.
no problem, Miss Nazira. Okay. Okay. Maybe. Okay. We got your point, Miss Nazira, from your answer. I think. From this actually the last question that we are asked to you all as speakers, and then before we have end this session, I would like to sum up and conclude from our forum or discussion for today. Actually, the voluntary itself is not only for the certain organization or certain background. The voluntary activities it can be implemented and can be do by any people from all backgrounds, either from governmental and non-governmental organization. And then for itself, the volunteer itself, we don't need or to think much about how big the impact that we can give from our volunteerings. Just start with the small things that can bring together, even even nothing. And then also from the perspective, I also conclude and take note itself three formulas that is really interesting as well. Insight, integrity, and inspiration. And then they also the voluntary itself actually not only about how we can impact to others, but also how we can create a story, and from the story we can inspire other to do the same thing that as we do, in order to impact other people life. And then maybe this the some conclusion that I can take a note from our session itself. Thank you very much. But before our end up this session, maybe we can take documentation for our photo for this session, Miss Nazira and Mr. Pat. Okay, maybe operator, you can ask. Okay, okay. In my count, 1, 2, 3. Once more. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, thank you so much for Miss Nazira and Mr. Fat for your insightful and for your sharing itself for this session. I believe that all talk that you have shared to us is really inspire us, especially for young out there to being impactful to their society, to be a lot of activity, especially in volunteer, in order to transform the society itself and be better not only for us but for the rest of the world itself. Okay. And also special thanks for the participant itself who have been asking your question and your enthusiasm, who joined our session from the beginning till the end of the session. And then I'm Fikri Azmiananda as moderator. And thank you for all of you guys from the bottom of our heart. And thank you for your time and stay safe for all of you. And thank you, special thanks for Miss Nazira and Mr. Fat. Thank you and stay safe and stay healthy. See you another time and occasion. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EdHeroes Forum. Now, education as game changer. This is the next session, and we will be talking about violence at school. Has it been taken care of? Before we go to our topic, let me introduce myself again in case any of you just come here, just watch this session again. I'm Rania Kisti, and I will be moderating this session and we'll be discussing with our wonderful speaker for today's session. Okay, So, let me introduce you to our speaker for today is Miss Putri Nuraina Balkis. So, Putri Nuraina Balkis, hi there.
Hi, Rania. Pleasure to be here. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you well, and it's a pleasure to meet you. Such an
Thank you. Thank you.
inspiring person in Malaysia, and I can't wait
It,
for us to have further discussion.
thank you so much for for having me. Really, it's really a pleasure. I'm looking forward to the session. Thank you.
Okay, so what do you want me to call you? Putri Balkis
Yeah,
Nuraina?
I go by Putri. You know, that's what you get for having a long name, really. But
Yeah.
I settled by the name Putri. Yeah.
Okay, I can relate to that so much. I have a long name. Actually, I have a middle name, but I cut it out. So, Putri. Putri
Yep.
Nuraina Balkis, everyone, is the founder of Save the Schools Malaysia, where she created a safe space for former and current survivors of sexual harassment, abuse experience, and rape culture in schools to speak up. So, amidst the throngs of stories that have unearthed on social media about period spot checks in schools and other related sexual harassment stories, Putri took it upon herself to collect all the stories, and there were a lot, and published them on a platform she created at Instagram's Save the Schools MY. And since then, people have continued to pour in their experiences to this platform. Putri itself is determined to make school safer for all of our students. So thank you for being here. And before we have a discussion on our topic today, I would like to give a brief explanation of our topic for today. It is
Sure.
about violence at school. Has it been taken care of? So, a study by UNESCO found that an estimated 246 million children experience school violence every year. I bet Putri knows a lot about this. You you do, right, Putri?
A bit. Yeah.
However, girls and gender non-conforming people are disproportionately affected, and school violence may be committed by students, by teachers, or other members of the school staff. However, violence by fellow students is the most common. So, violence in schools is one of the most visible forms of violence against children, and it can take in any forms, ranging from physical violence to a psychological violence. It is often expressed through acts of bullying, intimidation, also repression. And this violence in schools creates insecurity and fear, which harm the general school climate and infringe the students' right to learn in a safe, unthreatening environment. Okay, so now we have already know what we are going to discuss, mostly about violence at school. Now, I wonder, Putri, in which level of education domestic violence are often found? So you have collected many datas in Malaysia, right? So, in which level do you think domestic violence are often found?
Okay. First, thank you for the question. Secondly, regarding where which level of education that records the most number of rape culture, sexual harassment, and abuse experience in schools. If I can quickly pull off the stats, which I can't unfortunately, but the level of education that captures this monstrosity the most is at secondary schools. So in Malaysia, secondary schools capture students from the age of 13 to the age of 17, and in some schools up to 19, because we have this Form 6 exam, STPM. But last time I checked, it's already integrated to another whole college streamline and whatnot. So, but the point is, these kind of incidents happen in secondary schools the most. And also the kind of victims that has been suffering from this culture the most are sadly female, and the ones that didn't really conform to gender stereotypes in the society. So yeah.
I'm sorry, it was unmuted. All right. So it's very concerning that it happens early in secondary school. And has it been going on for a long time in Malaysia?
Um, to say that you know this whole discussion on making schools a safer place started by a
Mm-hmm.
17-year-old student. I think I should give some context before
Sure,
how I
sure.
came into the picture. So it was April 2021, and then we're in the pandemic, and kids were playing TikTok and stuff. I'm an adult. Okay, I'm 26 last year, and then this one TikTok went viral, saying that her teacher made rape jokes in physical education class, and she called him out. She called him out, but the repercussions that she needed to go through since then, it was massive because the entire school went against her, and then the teacher had a feast of playing a victim, and long story short, this girl has been living in a hell ever since. Talking about education wise, and I felt like at that moment the entire country seems to forget that she's just a teenage, because politicians, media personnel, authority figures of authority were hoarding her to give her statements, to give stances, and I felt like it doesn't sit right with me. So I started the platform. Uh, I collected stories via Google Form, and I transferred it to
Mhm.
Instagram. That's how I did it. And within the first 24 hours, I got 30 stories already.
Wow, that's a
And
lot.
yeah, that's a lot. And matter of fact, the number of victims that come to me, so most of them, like more than 50% of the victims, I'm talking about 700 plus victims, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So half of them were past survivors, so they're no longer in schools. They're adults like me and like you, but they've been carrying this burden with them. And the oldest story that I've been receiving, that I've read so far, was from the 1960s. So it's about a victim
Mm-hmm.
who had a dentist visiting a school. So in Malaysia, we have this dental program where dentists will come over, check your teeth, whether you have a good teeth or whatnot. So this victim got harassed during that moment, and she's at my mother's age now, 56. So to answer that, has this been in in the society for a while? I would say yes. It's just that whatever that the viral TikTok clip, Ain, her name is Ain, whatever that Ain said last year just opened a can of worm, and all of a sudden people just started to realize that, oh my God, this is happening. This is in our society. And even I told it to myself. I was like, hey, why are we only talking about this now? And I have like mothers of two, mothers of three who came to the platform and confessed their story for the first time ever. I have mothers who shared their Instagram with their teenage daughters, like, hey, read the stories and here's the precaution A, B, C, D, E. So it's insane. So when people were dismissing, saying that this is a one time off kind of thing, it's not really common. Well, I have a story from the 60s. So no, it's not a TikTok trend. It's not a call for attention. Yes, it's call for attention to solve this monstrosity in the society, and people need to take it seriously, because hey, I have a story from the 1960s. Ni, it's a big deal. This
It's
survivor was my
really a
mom's
big deal.
age.
It's
It's insane.
horrible knowing that it can give such a huge impact to your adults to when they grow up, even though they are a past survivor, but the impact itself has given so much negative psychological impact on the
Yeah,
survivor
yeah.
itself.
In
And
fact,
yeah.
in fact, so I publish a report on this. If I can share it later, I will. But so we studied on the impacts on the survivors, and 75% of it is about mental health. So this incidents really has the capacity to take a toll on the survivors' mental health. And so you're right. It really affects it affects in multiple ways. It affects someone's ability to carry through themselves through a relationship. It affects someone to navigate through their own psychosocial settings, and it's just mad. Like there are still survivors who, until to very, they still undergoing therapy, and even worse, some of them just keep bottling things up to them, and it leads to suicidal ideation and whatnot. And the thing about sexual harassment, abuse experience in Malaysian schools, at least, the perpetrators get away very easily, and sadly we tend to minimize the impact of it. Let's by saying things like, oh, it's just boys being boys, they're just kids, or things like, you will forget about this once you leave schools. Breaking news, they don't forget. It's stuck with them as they grow up, and it affects them tremendously. So yeah.
Yeah, I think there's also we have to some kind of make a way of telling people that this is not okay. Like the numbers are keep growing, the survivors, the everything. Like this is not okay. Even for the victims itself, sometimes it takes time for them to know that this is not okay. What is happening to me is not okay. So, in schools itself, in education aspect, how does schools management mitigate or solve this problem that Putri have already seen or studied?
Okay, so I'll give some figures here. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that I published a report on this, right? So we dissect 1,145 incidents from 770 submissions. Okay, so let me break this to you. So we studied 770 submissions, but these submissions, some of them contains more than one incident. So that's how we get 1,145 incidents. And in one incident, probably there may be 2 or 3 types of violations altogether. So we're talking about 1,495 violations. And in this report, which if I can share it later, I will, but let me just walk you through. But when you ask me how the school manage these occurrences when it happened, breaking news, none of the outcomes were positive. From my stats, 50.3% complaints, the no action taken, 36.1% survivors were not taken seriously, and 13.6%, which is the worst outcome, survivors were victim blamed. So it's such a rarity to see victims being empowered to stand up for themselves, or the surrounding accommodate to the complaints by maybe punishing the victims, punishing the perpetrators accordingly, or just come up with a system that enables the victims to not feeling crappy for being a victim of this. But no, that's not the case. And if we move to a very niche culture in the Malay society in Malaysia, which is period spot check, let me just give a context a bit. I don't know. I pray to God that this is not a thing in Indonesia, but in Malaysian schools, let's say if Malay girls claim that they have their on period, they are at the start of their menstrual cycle, so they cannot pray and everything, right? So teachers would grope their private part to confirm that they have pads on to indicate that they're on their periods.
No
So
way.
yeah, so this is one of the primary parts in the report. And from the stats, if I got it right, what happens when students make a complaint on this? 42.9% no action taken, 28.6% survivor was not taken seriously, and then survivors asked to keep quiet. On top of that, it's at 14.3%. So and as you can see, whatever that happens, usually the outcomes are not positive. And breaking news, 40% of perpetrators of these kind of incidents were from the authority of figures in school themselves. It could be teachers, it could be counselors, it could be heck, even headmistresses, principals. So yep. I'll leave that morbid finding to you guys.
That is horrible. It means that there's still a huge gap in our education system, in our schools, that this problem doesn't even see a bright side yet, doesn't even have a bright side yet. And even the upper management of the schools, it's seen that this they normalize this,
I
and
have
that
a
is.
feeling. Sorry.
Mhm.
I have a feeling that, yeah, like you say, it's being way too normalized. Number one, number two, the teachers. Okay. Here's a disclaimer. I'm not a part of the education system. I'm neither a teacher nor a counselor or whatnot. I'm just someone who's very passionate about Malaysian education system.
Mhm.
But I feel like we need to equip the teachers how to navigate through these complaints better, because like for example, maybe provide them with trainings on psychological first aid when
Yeah.
someone lodge a complaint to you, like, hey, for example, hey, my classmate groped my breast, for example.
Mhm.
And sometimes teachers are human beings too, like
Yeah.
sometimes they might get offended, or sometimes they might simply don't know what to do, or sometimes they're being completely dismissal. So I feel like you say, like you tease a bit on, there's a lot of things need to be done within the schools. And I agree, you're right. There's a lot of things that need to be done, top to bottom up. We need to figure something out about that. Yeah.
This gap has to be discussed within the school itself, within the education system itself, that it's not something small. This is really impacting our children's future. So in terms of that, what are teachers and parents' roles in children's well-being to further avoid domestic violence from happening? Now, I realize that teachers' role here too is to realize that this is not okay, and we should prevent this, and yada yada yada. But what are teachers and parents' roles to children so that they can further avoid the domestic violence from happening?
Okay. So there's two authority of power here, parents and teachers. I think I want to touch on the teachers first,
Okay.
because the main setting, at least in this discussion, in schools, which is, as almost cliche as it sounds, is the second home to our kids. I personally believe that it is time to empower our students about their bodily autonomy and rights. Like, things as simple as telling them, like, hey, this body parts is this body belongs to you. No one is titled to it, to simply touch it or grope it as you may. Because I feel like we need to rethink the way we view our kids, because at least in my country, and of course this is a personal thing, but I'm a part of the Malaysian education system, was a student, right? And I feel like sometimes the adults tend to really, really, really undermine the kids, as in, like, they are incapable of making their own decision, as if they don't know how to stand up for themselves, as if they don't have the right to decide or think or make choices for themselves just because they are students. Like the simple mind will be, I'm the adult here, I know better, and you're not. So you need to listen to me. So hence things like, teachers groping girls' private parts to confirm that they're on their period, because there's a lot of trust issues going on there. Like, we feel like, oh, I'm an adult, my mission is to teach you to be a better person, to be a better Muslim in this context, because it's religious driven juga at some point. But my point is, we need to start teaching our boys and girls, like, hey, this is cool, this is not cool, this is what you should do. We need to encourage an open environment where students are comfortable in their own skin. Because if with all these incidents, violations on their body rights and everything, how can we raise up a generation of empowered citizens if we've been stripping off their self-esteem and self-confidence from themselves? That's number one. Number two, I feel like the schools need to start working on ensuring that perpetrators are being held accountable, because sometimes the perpetrators easily get away from whatever that they're doing. Like for example, if a boy is giving a sensual remark about a female classmate's body parts, so the typical occasion will be either the teachers will just like uh mehly dismiss the perpetrator, or join him to laugh along, or just didn't do anything about it. And if perpetrators are not being held accountable to what they're doing, that then the message that we're sending to the members of the school at large is, it's okay to do this. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. It may look as harmless as that, but no, it's not. This is why this is why we call it culture, because it's been ingrained. So we need to break this one by one. And I also think that a more consolidated system to take in complaints, to manage it, to make sure that justice is being served, is in place. Because I feel like if these kind of things are not in place, then heck, it's not even in place yet. The oldest story that I've been getting was from the 1960s, and we're in 2022. It's a 60 years timeline here, and we need to end it if we can by putting this in system. So that's on teachers. Like I can think a lot. I can think a lot of, such as teachers to take their own initiative of empowering the kids. By having a session, heart to heart talk or whatnot. Counselors to play the better role to educate their to be someone that actually guides the students when they are being approached on. For principals to be more critical on how can I make the school under my administration safer for my students, for even the education departments at district level, at state level, heck, even to the ministry. How can these entities play their role better to ensure that their teachers are at the top quality enough to empower the kids further, and we can rethink of how we're empowering our students in schools, how can we dismantle this thing one by one, and how we're trying to not being patriarchy as much in the picture anymore. We empower them to be as equal as we can. So it's not just a 3 point kind of answer. It's an ecosystem. We need to rethink of our ecosystem. And for parents, it's as simple as believe your kids, because the reasons why sometimes these things can prolong for so long is because that sadly some parents don't listen to their kids because of the same mentality. Hey, I was a child too, and I might have gone through this, but I'm fine. So it's okay. Take it easy. They're just your friends. They're just teasing you around. So these enabling comments need to stop. And if things get a bit too serious, like for example, like maybe your kid doesn't want to go to school, or your kid going through some physical consequences from the occasions and whatnot. Maybe you want to step in. Maybe you want to play a bet. Maybe you want to escalate this matter to the authority of power to make sure that, hey, I'm being serious right now to seek justice for my kids. Or maybe something can be think of when it comes to parents and teachers associations, a synergy to make sure that parents and teachers work better side by side to make sure that their kids are safe. What else can I do? I'm not a parent. Disclaimer: I'm single, but this is what I can think of because kids are precious, and schools are the place that are supposedly nurturing them. If it fails to meet the purpose, then we're flawed, we're doomed, and that's definitely needs to be fixed, in my opinion.
Right, right. That's really interesting. And how you can define that the problem is sometimes in the system itself. In the system where how to ensure that the teachers understand to bring the awareness of violence at school, how they give the environment is safe for and positive for the students to learn and make them comfortable as they can and everything. But I think it also has the connection to the specific policies from the ministry, So, from your knowledge, is there any specific policies that are specifically implemented to address domestic violence at school?
If I remember this right, well, the one thing for sure, I know that the fight to make sure that anti-sexual harassment bill is being passed is still going on, and I think I've been hearing about this for years now. I don't know what's so hard about that, but I feel like if that can be in place, that it will be such a game changer for not only schools but the country at large. You know, multiple sectors. And how can they tackle sexual harassment issues in school? And I feel like we need to view this matter not just a gender specific kind of matter, because we have male victims, we have female perpetrators as well. So this is the matter of making this country a better place. So, but school wise, the last thing I heard, and this was last year, last thing I heard was the Ministry of Education is trying to come up with a module to train teachers on how to navigate through this whole make school a safer place, like how to manage the complaints better, how to take action better, and whatnot. But that's that. And the last thing I remember about the minister goes down to the field himself was when there's an occurrence of period spot checks again in the boarding school, and then the minister went to the school himself to hear from the students. But this also was around end of last year. Actually, before I tuned into this session, I was like googling news and everything, to see like, hey, has things been in place? Because to be frank, Save the Schools Malaysia has been on hiatus for quite a while actually, because it's just me, myself, and I. You know, reading all these stories, sometimes it tend to take a toll on me as well. And I was thinking on how to strategize the engagement, because I don't want to simply post stories. You see, I want to make tangible impact as well. Not saying that my platform hasn't created any impact, but I just want the impact to be magnified. And but yeah, I was looking at news coverages. Is there anything that has been done? But the only news that popped up was the girl Ain that I mentioned earlier is still countering lawsuits. So now the news has been spotlighting on the court case between Ain and versus her teacher. Like, oh, I'm suing you. Oh no, I'm counter suing you. Back and forth, back and forth. So the angle, I'm not saying that the story doesn't matter, but it feels like a smoke screen, you see, because while the court cases are going up there are, as we speak right now, even there are students who are facing this. There are students who've been bullied. There are students who've been sexually harassed. There are students who've been stalked, being groomed, and I don't know. I was wondering like what else should we do, to actually make policies to be in place, to make things, to make people to consistently care about this matter, because as we go through our daily lives, one of our children down there is facing through this, and they might don't know where they can go to, and they might suffer in silence. You see, I've been collecting almost 1,000 stories, and half of them was past survivors. And to access to my platform is a privilege, you see, because the knowledge that this platform exists, the quality internet access that they have to key in these stories, the gadgets that allow them to share these stories. How about stories that take place in more underprivileged community, more secluded areas? How about them? They're still victims, but we're just busy fighting about things while policies are still not in place. So it's very disturbing, if you ask me.
I see. So the policies are there, but the execution itself has some gaps and has some needs to be how do you say it? Needs to be further
Yeah,
checked or improved.
yeah,
To
because we're the signee of International Child Regulation by United Nations. We also have Akta Kanak-Kanak Child Act. We also already have Sexual Harassment Act, if I remember this right. We have all these acts, like you said. We have all these acts. We agree to protect our kids. Then walk the talk, guys. So like just execute this better. Make sure that make sure that these things are in place, because we have Akta Kanak-Kanak, Child's Act, for God's sake. And yet, these kids, these child survivors are going through this. So, what does that say, you know?
Yeah. It's such a huge gap right now, and we're talking about the bigger picture here. So we need like a bigger solution for what's been happening and how to save our children's future and the people who are currently facing these difficulties, facing this violence at school or even at their work. So we can assume that it's not it has it been taken care of. I think we're just lack of improvements, like the execution itself from the policies and everything, the awareness, it's not
Okay,
that high,
but I
is it?
feel like, if talking about awareness, that's
Mm-hmm.
a win. That's a win,
Okay.
because more people talk about it, more people care, more girls know when to speak up. At least compared to, before the whole movement thing pop up.
Okay.
And but I feel like, awareness wise, there's a rise a bit, but people who are dismissing this matter are still around. The
Mm-hmm.
paradigm shift, nothing revolutionary, at least
Okay.
from the higher ups, and
Mm-hmm.
but policies, implementations, I agree with you, there's still a lot of work to do. And I really want to take this opportunity to give my massive shout out to child and women's rights out there, who consistently, like, been pushing through, like, hey, protect our kids, protect our girls, this that. But yeah, but we can do so much, you see. But if the one who has the power to change the game doesn't want to play with us, then it's one-sided. And I always say this to, when I got this interview, the opportunity to speak, I say we really need to do something, because if
Right.
this movement as big as this, make school a safer place, started by a teenage, you know and I was inspired by her. I, a working adult, was inspired by her. And then but if nothing much changes after this, then what are the precedents that we're setting for future generations, that they don't matter, that their voices don't matter? So are we really want to send the message to our future generations? Uh, yeah.
Yeah, I really get your message, and I really hope this message is well spread, and there's gonna be big change from for our country. Even Indonesia, we're also facing the same thing, and I believe it's in many countries are also facing the same thing. So what you're doing here, Putri, is a really inspiring movements. And moving on to our important topic, now I want to talk about the significant effect. I think this is the most important part as well, because we're talking about the effect and the future of the victims, the future of our children. So, what are the significant effects of domestic violence for students' achievement and their psychological aspect and even physical well-being?
Okay. So let's talk about impact on survivors. At least from I'll set a bit from my report, and we zoom out to the bigger picture. Okay. So from 1,145 incidents that we studied on, like I mentioned earlier, 75% were mental health related, because, like, they feel very, very traumatized, they're not feeling safe, and they're being distrustful of males. If we're talking about, female victims, and some of them got mental health conditions, even like, they have anxiety and depression, and it's a no-brainer that this kind of thing really, really impairs them from maximizing their potentials, which could have been avoided in the first place, you see. That's the messed up part. And then uh some of these incidents affect the survivors in terms of their academic performances. Like, some of them skip school, some of them quit schooling because they want to avoid this. And it's really messed up to think that, okay, they quit school and their family members didn't say a word about it. But to think of it, that imagine the constraints that was surrounding the victims, to the point that they take the drastic measure to, I'm just gonna drop off schools. And there are victims who suffer the consequences in terms of relationship wise, that they have major trust issues to form relationship. And as we know, forming relationship is a vital component to function as a human being. You need to foster good relationships to have a good experience in university. Let's say they move along from schools to universities, or at workplace, or let's say even the leisure parts like traveling and everything. You need to have the ability to form connection. And if such events impacted them that much, then how can they live a good life? How can they fit in the society? Because they were impacted due to these events. And also, there are also some of the victims have psychosocial consequences. Like, it's a mixture of both. Like, it impacts their social skill, it impacts their self-esteem even. And this kind of impact, they're not minor. Like, it's really a big deal, because whatever that happens stick with them. It breaks a part of them. And maybe some survivors, like me, for example, I'm a survivor myself, but maybe I could navigate through it. But I'm not gonna lie, I am still traumatized. I still have flashbacks from my bullying incidents every now and then. And here am I talking to you. So I might look empowered, I might look, capable and everything, but the impact is still there. And and it's just like this whole impact that we're talking about, they need to be addressed. And this is the reasons why we need to dismantle sexual harassment, rape culture, abuse experience in school one at a time, because we have a current generation of traumatized survivors already, and we don't want our kids to be like us. We want our kids to be empowered, to be firm. They're going to take this country from us. Do we really want to hand in this country to them? Like, hey, there you go, this is a country of perpetrators, and you victims will have no say. So we don't want to send the messages. We need to work on something. And these effects are real. And when I said that we need to zoom in at this thing, in terms of, like, not making it gender specific, because, like, let's say male survivors. Yeah, let's just be frank here, that male survivors don't really talk about their experience that much. So they had it worse. And this is why we need to empower our kids. We need to make sure that schools are a safe place for you know for our students, regardless of their gender, background, sexual orientation, whatnot. We just need to make this setting a safe one, a nurturing one, and a stepping stone for them to maximize their potential. Because, or else, this is going to be just a vicious cycle, and only the lucky ones will get away from this cycle, and a lot of people will be victims. And and it's just beating around the bush. We're going to talk about this maybe in the 60 years. So no, we don't want that.
Yeah, I think we both agree that school violence is a very traumatic and can cause considerable psychological distress. And these traumatic experiences can be difficult for adults too, including me, including you, and whoever you are, survivors out there, because this is according to a study. Children who have experienced school violence are at risk for a long term, just like what you have mentioned. Long-term mental and physical health condition, including attachment disorders and trust issues, and all of this can be prevented at the very first place. So this is a very sad fact for everyone right now. All of this can be prevented at the first place. And I see that the movement that you're doing right now, Save the Schools Malaysia, can become one of the game changer of your country. And I hope this can inspire young people out there, inspire the educators, maybe some of the educators are watching us right now, and even the government. So I want to know more about Save the Schools Malaysia's goal, the vision, and your mission to make the school environment is a safer place for students to maximize their potential, to be the best at what they're best at. So please give us some inspirations, Miss Putri.
Okay. To educators, and if there's any government officials that watching the stream, please don't seize me in my house. Please don't call cops on me. Okay, kidding. But yeah, but I believe if you're here, then you're amazing to spend time with us at Heroes Asia on a Saturday. Summer, massive respect to you guys. But Save the Schools Malaysia is a platform where I share survival stories anonymously. So it's a platform for them to share their trauma, because sometimes they feel like they have nowhere else to go. And I remember I was being threatened with a police report because okay, the thing about these stories, I don't edit them at all. Not even typos, not even grammatical errors, not even names that are mentioned. So some stories, right, they really mention the perpetrator's name. Sometimes they told me, please make it in bold, and I was like, yes, ma'am, I'll do it, because you know why? Because not because I'm enjoying it, you see, because I feel like if I do any edits, even the slightest, I'm compromising their trust. So yeah, and I merely a platform. I don't encourage. I neither encourage nor discourage them from being from pouring their hearts out in their ways. Like if they want to mention names, and so be it. But my mission here is, if you ask me, my vision is to be invalidated. Like I want my platform to be irrelevant enough when when this country decides to take care of the kids better. So that being said, I really want to platform more stories, and I want to spread awareness to the students, and to the members of community that cares about our education system. Like, hey, we need to make schools safer, because we don't want more students to go through these traumatic events and whatnot. So I'm actually really looking for collaborations opportunities, that I'm really looking to get more insights from educators, people in the authority places, and I'm looking to partner up with social change makers, NGOs. You know even if you're a prominent figure that has a capacity on your own, like if you feel like this cause resonate with you, that please reach out to me. I'm reachable at other, but yeah, I'm reachable. You can find me at Save the Schools MY. The Instagram is Save, SAVETHE, the schools MY. And my mission is to I want to help I want to join in to empower the kids. But I really hope that someday the platform will be irrelevant, because this country takes care of our kids better. Yeah. So because people been telling me, right, like things like, you don't really have to do this, it's pointless and everything. It was like, it's not pointless now. It will be later in the future if people really want to take care of our students better. So yeah. So in the process of making me irrelevant, so please work with me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Putri, for sharing your inspiring platform. And yes, and I also hope that one day it will be irrelevant, because our country has finally tried to implement better in making our children a better place for their schools.
Yeah,
Okay, now,
I just feel like, sorry, one last thing, one
no,
last thing.
it's okay.
I just feel like we need to give our teachers the space also to
Mhm.
do meaningful things, because teachers in Malaysia, I feel like they overwork themselves like crazy. They overwork themselves like crazy, and sometimes maybe these kind of things maybe miss out the picture a bit. So maybe we can rethink of how can we empower our teachers too, so that they can empower the kids again. Yep.
I see. So that's a very correct, very inspiring and interesting point. I think teachers need some attention as well in this case. So we can move on to question and ask session.
Oh, okay.
We
Cool.
Okay, so as we have here from Zahra Nugraha, a question is as students, what steps can be taken to participate in preventing violence from occurring? Since some of us see the violence firsthand. Oh, this is very interesting, Putri, because I just read that even for students uh, who are seeing the violence itself, they're not the victim, but it can cause some kind of traumatic experience for them. But at the same time, they can do something at the moment. So,
Okay.
what steps can be taken to participate in this matter?
Okay. Hello, Zahran. Thank you so much for the question. It's such a brilliant question. Okay. So about for students, right? You can be a part of the movement to dismantle sexual harassment in school just by being with the victims. I feel like the first rule that we should keep to ourselves is believe the victims. And because the simple logic will be no normal person will purposely make a story of their own tragedy. I feel like when the victims speak up, that's a call for help, and just believe the victims. And if you're there to see it firsthand, just just try to this is my opinion, but just try to distract the victim from the scene, like macam, oh hey, let's go elsewhere, let's go to the canteen, for example. Or if you have the courage to tell the perpetrator off, then tell him off. And if you have the capacity to rely the info to the teacher, then do it. And if this and let's say if this happened in a class setting, right? So get your friends to side with the victims, like be intimidated a bit, like so that the perpetrators will stop. Sometimes maybe when you tell perpetrator off, they will tend to feeling off and stop. But some of them maybe tend to be aggressive, whatnot. So as a bystander there, if you don't have the courage to stop it then and there, maybe you can capture the details of the event, like who's harassing whom, when does it happen, how did it happen, and you make the mental report in your head, and you channel it to the authority that you trust. And let's say if you don't trust anyone in schools, unfortunately, at least in Malaysia, we have few hotlines that you can call to, like WAO, Awam. So we have in Malaysia we have this. I am not too sure about Indonesia, but if you have someone that you can go to talk about it, then that'll be great. But most importantly, all victims need is validation and support, so that they're not exaggerating it. They're not simply just making a fuss, or they're not being emotional, that their experience are valid and you are there to support. So that would mean the world, because in the end, if you're asking from a perspective of a student, you can do so much, but you're also a sweet teenage who is growing up, and you can do so much, but you can start with that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Putri. I can take note that in the middle of this violence, sometimes for people who was a watcher of this experience, it really it will be better if they take the victim side, because the victims need it. The victims need some kind of support from other people at that time, and it would really mean a lot.
Yeah, it could be as simple as, let's say, if you see someone got verbally abused, like being mocked or something, you can just simply by, hey, stop doing that. Just
Right.
that. Even a simple gesture as a would mean a lot to the victim, so that the victim, at least the victim, is aware that the world is not entirely against me. Because the thing about the victims, right? They tend to have the tendency to blame themselves for it. So yeah, the simple gesture would mean a lot to them.
Right. Thank you for the answer, Putri. So we
No worries.
might move on to the second question from Yuri Zalsi. In your organization, how do you address this issue and what are the main factors to solve it?
Okay, Yuri, first thing first, Save the Schools Malaysia for now at least. It's just me, myself, and I. So I am the one who read the stories. I'm the one who gather the stories. I'm the one who publish it. I'm the one who seeks opportunities to collaborate with other players in the advocacy field and whatnot. And and of course, I would want to directly have an impact to work with ministries, for example. But for now, it's a one-man show. And what can I do for now is to amplify the narrative, make school a safer place, plant the narrative in the media because I work in the media world. So to get these coverages to go. And for victims, if they need first-hand support, I will link them up to more established NGOs. So because they have the capacity, they have the legit training, like how to deal with these victims. I am, at the end of the day, I'm a civilian. I'm not even an activist. People been calling me an activist. Like, no, I'm just an angry woman. But to answer that, how am I addressing this? I make sure that I believe the victims, and if they indicate that I need support, so I will identify what kind of support. If it's psychological, I'll channel them to organizations that are capable to give this. If it's legal, then I'll channel them to a group of lawyers. I have a group of lawyers that back me up, so that's how I've been doing that lah. I hope that I am significant enough to solve it, but I am just one person, and this is a collective effort. So this is just some of the ways that I do to hopefully at least amplify the cause a bit more. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for the sharing, Putri. I think we have one last question. Okay, so a big fact from Didu. A big factor of students not reporting social or physical harassment is the fear itself, is fear of the aftermath. For example, being labeled a snitch or a wimp or an escalation to be abused. So, in your opinion, are there any steps? I think there's a continuous for this for
For students.
students to take to prevent this.
The fear is valid. You see, Dido, the fear is very valid because, of course, as selfish as I might sound, you don't want any trouble in your life. You know, like you guys are students in navigating through a pandemic, and the last thing that you witness is a conflict within your peers. I get it. I get it. And I understand the fear of being labeled as snitch or trouble come along the way. But for students, what can they do? And I'm trying to recall myself when I was 16. What did I do? I just bamboozled my way through, really. Like when I saw my juniors being bullied, I just stay by their side, and I got help for that. Not gonna lie, but I think here comes the part where students can be in solidarity. Like just to make sure. I think you can assess first your risk. Like, okay, if I tell the student, if I let's say if I tell the authority of power about this, what will I face? ABC. You can do this risk of assessment a bit lah. Like do you have the privilege? Do you have supportive parents, for example? If things uh don't go well for you, or do you have a teacher that you can go to if you're being harassed pula after that, or do you have a safety net? So if you don't really have it, then maybe you can like try to talk to your friends, or just make sure that you have your support system as well. And because in the end of the day, I agree, you're just a student, you can do so much. You see, this whole responsibility and obligations on how to make schools safer is actually on the adults, but now the students have to think for themselves, we need to fix this, really. But because students, they are the face of growing up, they want to do so much, like, hey, I want to change the world, but like it on their students. So I feel like as a student, maybe this is what can you do. You just have a checklist for yourself. Like, if I do this A, B, C, D, E, will I face several consequences? Like how's my surrounding look like? How's my school system look like? It's not really more on benefits per se, but more of like, how can I help to empower this victim while I'm not being victimized myself? Maybe that's a question that you want to play around a bit, and if you want to talk about this more with me, you can reach me out at Save the Schools and why we can talk a bit more about this. It's a learning insight for me as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Putri. And the point where you said that this is the main player of this education system actually is the teacher itself, is the education system itself. The government, students are supposed to be learning in a safer place and environment, and it's not entirely their job to how do you say, to solve this problem. They shouldn't be if they're in a safe environment, then they shouldn't be afraid of meeting violence at school. So thank you so much, Putri, for your answer. And I think uh, we have already finished our session today, and I would love to move on to our documentation session, which we take a picture together. This is going to be memorable for me because I'm a huge fan of your platform. So,
Oh, thank you, Rania. I should post stories more often. Like I don't like to see me reviving the platform as a fun thing, because it's
Mhm.
sad. Because as long as
Yeah.
I have stories to post, that means things are still going on there. But thank you so much for the support. Thank you for having me here. And if there's any opportunity for me to work with you guys, the one who's watching this stream at the moment, like if we can work on something to, at least play a part of it to make school safer, do reach me out. Thank you.
Yes, please reach Putri out. You can find her Instagram and her Save the School MY Instagram as well. So
Yeah,
before we continue, let's take a picture first.
sure.
So
Thank you.
give your best smile, Putri. Okay, I'm gonna
I do
count.
it. Okay.
1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you so much, Putri. And before I end this session, please let me do a conclusion of our discussion earlier. So,
Over to you, Rania.
sorry?
No, no, over to you. Over to you.
Okay. So about school violence, we have discussed about it, and we are agreed that it can be traumatic for everyone involved, particularly children. And it is important to take steps to prevent it because children who witness or even experience school violence may suffer physical and mental health consequences that can persist well into adulthood. And like this, such whole thing can be prevented at the very first place, which this gap in the educational system should be figured out. This should be discussed, and uh, let's make a better and safer environment for our children to pursue their dreams, to make the best out of their potential. So thank you so much for Putri Nuraina Balkis. We really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to participate as a panel speaker at our event. So your presence here is very insightful of your insightful thoughts in amplifying our cause to unveil the future of education in Asia. We hope you had as much fun as we did during the event. And please accept our apologies for any problem that this occurrence may have caused. Warm regards, Malaysia Chapter of EdHeroes Asia. We'll
Thank
see
you
you in
so
the
much,
next.
Rania.
Thank you, Putri. Bye bye. We'll see you in the next session, guys.
Okay, bye.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back to the EdHeroes Forum Asia Chapter Malaysia. Uh, we're embracing diversity, strengthening the community, borderless education, and no one left behind. Okay. Uh, in case if you are new here, I'm Fikri Azmiananda as your moderator for uh, today's session. Hello everyone. I hope you have a nice session. I have a great day that you have attended our event from the first session till now. I hope you still have a good spirit and still with the same enthusiasm since the beginning of our event. Nice to meet all of you guys. Okay, our session is borderless education, no one left behind. Our speaker, we have two speakers for today's session. He is Mr. R.B. Setiawan. He is graduated from Bogor Agricultural University for his Bachelor of Engineering, Civil and Environmental Engineering. And then he also pursued his Master of Science in Urban Environmental Management in Wageningen University and Research. And then he also experience in UNESCO as well in Water and Environmental Science Unit. And then not only in the UNESCO, he also have been in charge is in the government in the Bapenas, Indonesian Ministry of National Development Planning or Water Resources Specialist. And then currently he is serving as the president of Mata Garuda, non-profit organization. Let's welcome Mr. Erby. Hello, Mr.
Hello. Hello, Vikri. How are you? Good to see you.
I'm good. Nice to meet you too, Mr. How are you, Mr.
I'm
Erby?
good. I'm good here.
So I can call you Mr. Erby or Mr. Setiawan? Mr. Erby.
Just call me Erbi. It's fine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Erby.
Yeah.
Okay, nice to meet you here, Mr. Erby. Before we start our discussion, I would like to call the second speaker for today's session. Is Syed Ahmad Sheikh Abdul Rahman Al Haddad, also known as Ultimate. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mister, to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry before.
You are absolutely correct, Fikri. How are you?
Thank you. How are you, Mister Ultimate?
Alhamdulillah, I'm well. Erbi, apa kabar?
I'm good. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. All of us in good. Great to see you guys. Mr. Ultimate, he is Malaysian singer and composer. And he actually he was a former member of the Tetarik group, which was successful and famous at the time between 1999 and 2007. It means you are still sing or what, Mr. Ahmed Timet, right now today?
No. I stopped performing. I stopped recording.
Okay.
I'm doing other things now.
Okay. Thank you. It's such a pleasure to have both of you guys in this session, in such honor, of course, for us to having you in this forum session.
Yeah.
Okay. As we have mentioned before, for the third session, it will be borderless education and no one left behind. And when we're talking about the education, we can remember the Nelson Mandela statement when he said that education is the most powerful weapon which can use to change the world. It means that education is not restricted to local and limited to one individual human being acting as a facilitator and educator. Rather, paradigm shift has happened in response to the intelligence intensive, knowledge intensive, and technology intensive requirement of new millennials. So, actually, talking about the borderless education, education is actually deserved to all people out there, regardless of its backgrounds. So, in order to more further know about this point and issue, we have our two speakers. I think they are really expert in this field. So, I hope you will get I believe you will get some of insight and knowledge from their perspective in this topic. Okay.
But before that, I would like to remind all the participants as well. You may start ask the question in the column and chat. So at the end of the session, we will choose, the committee will choose your question. Okay. Are you ready, Mr. Abby and Mr. Ultimate, for our setting session right now? Okay. And also, I hope all participants also ready to listen this topic as well. Okay. Talking about the education itself, borderless education. Can we see that from I would like to know about your perspective. What does it mean by borderless education itself? Maybe Mr. Ultimate, you may go first, Mr.
Right. I think the phrase kind of explains itself. Borderless education. It's we're not just talking about physical borders. We are talking about whatever borders that you can think of. Like it's in terms of not just physical borders, not geopolitical borders. We are not talking about what you are allowed to study or have access to information is everything. And I think one of the best, the medium for this is actually it's been around, it's still new, but it's been around for quite a while as well, is the internet lah. When the internet first came out, everybody was talking, welcome to the borderless world. And back then we couldn't really, people couldn't really imagine, like, what do you mean borderless world? There's still border. If I want to go to Indonesia, I have to have my passport. If I want to talk to my Indonesian friends, kalau mau ngomong sama RB, mau ngomong sama Fikri, perlu ke sana. But
Yes.
now the internet, I'm in my house, bro. You guys are, in your house. I think we are talking. So this tool that has allowed a lot of data or knowledge or even experience or content transfer all over the world has really transcended all these borders. And you can apply it to many things, entertainment, and education, and a bunch of other things.
Okay, it's mean like borderless education is not only about the physical border, yes, sir. It's really large of the meaning of the border itself, isn't it, sir? Okay, thank you for your perspective and your side, Mr. Smith. Maybe I would like to listen any thought from Mr. RB regarding what does it mean by borderless education from your side, Mr. RB.
Thanks, Fikri. I think Ultimate already mentioned about the border itself. The first thing that we need to agree first is about the meaning of education itself. If we only think education is about the formal educations, so it's not only about the formal educations. We have to see education in a very broad perspective. Education is not always you go to the school, but nowadays education is more than that. Just go to the school. Means Ultimate mentioned about internet. What can we get from internet? There are a lot of education platforms. Education not only about math, not only about science, not only about geography or anything, but most important thing is education is something that can provide you to improve your skills. It can be anything. For examples, if you don't have any skill about making a business, do you have to go to the school and learning about business? I don't think so today. You can learn it from YouTube, you can learn it from internet, you can get it from anywhere. So that's what we have to understand first, that education is not only about the formal education. That's the first thing that we have to understand. And then Ultimate mentioned before about the borderless. It means that we have no longer have any geographical border today because we have internet. That's true.
Yes.
But the problem is how we can utilize this platform, this borderless, into something really useful. That's the things that we have to concern today. So if we take a look from positive perspective, yes, we can get anything, we can get any educations anywhere, anytime. But if we see from the negative perspective, we have to take care about it really serious. Like for today, there is no border. For example, the educations about time management, for instance. It's just an example. Time management, for instance. You can watch the TV 24 hours. But I think it is not a good vibes to us. It's a negative vibes because you only have 24 hours in a day. So the problem is not only about the educations, but about the way how we utilize the educations. So my point is education is not only about the formal educations, and then the second ones we have to really think about how to use the education today.
Yes, yes. Absolutely agree with both of your opinion regarding the borderless education and also how actually we can utilize the internet to useful thing instead of a negative perspective or negative things. I would like to, it's such interesting. I want to ask more regarding the how we can utilize the internet itself. We know that all the things that actually exist today, like the technology advance and supporting by internet connection that connect us for all people around the world, and also from the all information that we can access freely in the internet with the internet connection. I would like to ask, how to make sure all people, or especially to young people, to encourage them or to modify them in order to use this internet into the positive thing instead of negative thing. But because we know that beside of positive, there also negative thing. But how we can implement and encourage the student or the young out there to use this internet for the useful things instead of negative. Maybe I would like uh, to listen from Mr. Ultimate perspective or point of view first. You may go first, Mr. Ultimate.
Yeah, sure. We know the internet is a form of media,
Yes.
right? I think one of the very first things that we have to teach the people around us, our families, our communities, our children, is that the internet is a tool.
Yes.
Right? So a tool can be used for good or it can be used for not good. You know, in Malaysia, we have this saying where fire is your friend, but fire is also your enemy, right? So I remember when I was growing up, because of the negative perception that was attached to the internet, only my female classmates had internet connection. Not for the boys, because like, oh, cannot, internet is not a good place for the boys. They're going to pick up all kinds of nonsense there. You
Yeah.
know, they didn't think about the girls, right? And the
Yeah.
girls, they only do good things. You know, it's not a fair thing, but it's shaped by perception, right? So I think like television, like books, like the newspaper, like radio, like any form of media, you know, we have to equip our communities, we have to equip our children, most importantly, that the internet, there's many, you can find anything on the internet. We have to demonstrate to them that you can find anything. We can demonstrate to them that yes, it can be used for entertainment. I know you guys use it for entertainment, but it can also be used for education. It can also be used for communicating. It can also be used for all these kinds of stuff.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ultimate, for your point of view. And how about you, Mr. Erby? Any thought from your side, maybe, sir, about this issue?
Okay, first of all, borderless educations can be an opportunity, but it can be a challenge as well at the same time. So that's the first thing that we have to understand. And when the things is in the middle, that position between opportunity and challenge, it means there are a lot of stakeholders who have interest in this kind of things. So if we talk about educations, borderless educations, we cannot say that the stakeholder is only student and teacher. No, we have the internet providers, we have the government to make a policy for it, we have, let's say, the content creator, for instance.
Yes.
And there are a lot of stakeholders who have in charge in this borderless educations. So when you talk about whose responsibility is this, we cannot say it's a government or it's the content creator or it's the user. No, we cannot point out only to a single stakeholders. So it means that we have to make positive collaborations among these stakeholders who have in charge in borderless educations to prevent any. I'm not saying to prevent, because I think it's almost impossible to make a zero negative impact for sure.
Yes. Yes.
At least we have to, as many as we can, stop or reduce these negative impacts. Let's say, for instance, if we talk about, it's an analogy. When we talk about COVID, our top of mind thinks, oh, COVID, it's about the health problem. But in
Yes.
fact, to solve this COVID problem, it's not only from the health perspective. We also need economics. We also need about the government. We also need the social perspective. So it means that COVID problems only can be solved if there is a collaborations among these in-charge stakeholders. And it happens at the same things with the borderless educations. if we want to make it great, if we want to make it better, if we want to prevent any negative impact from it, so we have to make a great collaborations among these in charge stakeholders in borderless educations. That's the most important key point, I think, to prevent any bad effect from this borderless educations.
Okay, I'm really agree with your statement and point of view, Mr. Erbi and Mr. Ultimate, about the bonus education itself, which are supporting by internet connection that can bring negative and positive. But at the same point, it's really important for us to collaborate to solve the kind of problem, to spread more negative instead of negative itself. Okay, thank you, Mr. Erbi and Ultimate. Uh, the next is I also since the pandemic COVID-19 hit in the world, right? So the all learning session shifted into the online and mostly by utilizing of internet as well. So I would like to ask, uh, who makes borderless education different from classroom education practice? Maybe I would like to repeat my question. Who makes borderless education different from classroom education practice? Maybe I would like to ask, I would like to hear from the Mr. RB first. You may go first, Mr. RB.
Yeah, basically, when we talk about educations, in my perspective, yeah, basically,
Yes.
when we talk about education, I'm not seeing from the stakeholder perspective. I'm not seeing from the actor who in charge is education perspective, but about the substantial itself first.
Okay.
When we talk about the educations, it means that there is some knowledge who's being transferred to another generations. That's the basic concept of education, right? And then when we talk about borderless education, it means that this knowledge can be transferred freely,
Yes.
anywhere, anytime. That's the main point of the difference between the conventional educations and the borderless educations. Before, we only get specific knowledge from a classroom, and it happens. I mean, like, if there is no pandemic today, it's still happening now, and maybe after pandemic, it's still happening in the future.
Yes.
The reason is because I'm not saying conventional classroom is bad or good. No, because it has a good vibes, and also it has a negative vibes as well as like borderless educations. So if we talk, if we see from the perspective of education itself, I'm saying there is no difference between the conventional and the borderless educations, because these two types still they're transferring some knowledge. But if we talk about the innovations, the way how to share the knowledge, of course it's completely different. We can access the knowledge anywhere, anytime we want, just using your handphone, and then you have a connection that you can get the class. So the difference only about the utilizations. Ultimate mentioned before, it's about the utilization. It's not about the substantial education itself transferred. No, it's not about the substantial things, but it's only about uh, the utilizations. Like for instance, for examples, before maybe you used to go to school by bike, but now you go to school by motorcycle, for instance. But still, you go to school means you
Yes.
still go for having some class, or you go to get some knowledge. But the way you go there, it's different.
Yes.
So,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
so the positions of borderless education is not from you, or it's not from the class, but it's from the path between these two main subjects. That's my
Yes.
perspective. So basically, there's no difference. Only the utilizations that's difference.
Okay. Okay. Nice. It's a great statement from you, Mr. RB. I want to hear thought from Mr. Ultimate as well. Any thought from you, Mr. Ultimate, regarding is the borderless education different from classroom education practice?
Yeah, it is different because like RB said, it was the utilization, right? During the pandemic, for Malaysia and for a lot of countries, we went through a lockdown,
Yes.
right? So in my house, my home, there's 5 of us, right? So all my children were learning online. I was learning online because I'm taking a part-time course, and my wife was learning some new stuff online. So not in a formal sense, but online, right? So we got first-hand experience. We got a chance to try this out, and it is utilized, like he said, is utilization is going to take some getting used to, right? And if you look in education, there's always been shifts in how education is, is passed on. Like you
Yes.
want to look at professionals, like let's say an engineer, right? So RB is the engineer. I want to learn how to become an engineer. I become his apprentice, right? I
Yes.
follow him around, and after a while, RB will say, "Okay, enough. You can go and start by yourself." And then it shifted to a group of engineers organizing a school of engineering.
Yes.
Let's say one person will teach all the students, all the apprentices. I will teach you maths. Another person will teach you fluid dynamics, say, and then we shifted again from having schools of engineering to have universities that's made up of many many smaller schools or faculties. And now we are going through another shift. So every time there's a shift, we will have
Yes.
to adapt. Like
Yes.
we go from primary school to secondary school, we are still learning. It's still a continuation, and from every time we have to adapt. So right now, I think the whole world is trying to adapt to being in a situation where it's truly borderless. I do not have to have studied accounting in high school to go and learn accounting basics or the foundations of finance now, because I can get on masterclass, I can get on Skillshare, I can get on Course Hero and stuff like this to go and learn. But I will say that this form of education is not suitable for everyone. Some people will struggle more than others. Some people will take more time to adapt, and even not for the students, the people who teach, because this is my personal experience. Some of my lecturers do a little bit better at getting the data or the knowledge or the information across. Some of them not so great, and and they say, like, it would be a whole lot better right in front of you guys to show you.
Yes.
It's a more practical module. I need to show you. And it's going to take some getting used to, but I do believe it's here to stay and is the way forward.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ultimate and Mr. RB. It's mean like the substance of education is not will be changed, but it's involved, and in the way how we learning that actually I mean like this current situation like pandemic can create it a creative way to learn that we can learn from anywhere and whenever, isn't it, sir? Okay. Uh, this actually I would like to ask from your opinion as well regarding the issue where happened. I think one of the challenging from the borderless education itself around the world, especially in Indonesia and also in Malaysia. I believe that there is a gap between the rural and urban area with the facilitation. I mean, the facilities that actually they use it. Maybe there is a big gap between for those who are living in rural area and urban area in the current situation, like lack of internet connection. Even even they don't have like a handphone or laptop to support the learning session during this uh, hard time. I mean, so I think what do you think about this case? Is there any solution or thought regarding this case? Maybe I would like to hear from Mr. Ultimate point of view. What do you think, Mr. Ultimate, regarding this
Right.
issue?
Okay. One thing that a lot of people talk about is the adoption of technology during the
Yes.
pandemic,
Mm,
right? So
mm,
within the first few months of the pandemic, it has accelerated the adoption of certain technologies. It's
mm,
taken what people expect would take 3 years.
mm,
It took less. It took maybe 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, right?
mm,
So it has exposed certain gaps,
mm, mm,
right? I don't know if you guys know this, but there's a story of one university student in Malaysia. She
mm.
is from the island of Borneo.
Okay.
Both our
Oh, okay.
countries share the island, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Kalimantan, and I think your new capital is going to be there, right? So she had, because of the poor internet connection where she is, to take her exam, she had to
Mm, mm.
climb up to a tree to get a better
Yes.
service, better signal. I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
It was viral here. I don't know whether it went viral in Indonesia.
Mm,
But it was, and it exposed the gap. And a lot of people are complaining. I'm like, look, we were not ready for this pandemic. We were not
mm,
ready of a whole generation of students moving to online learning.
mm, mm, mm.
Yes, is it upsetting? Of course, it's upsetting, but
Yes.
it's good that these gaps are exposed so we can address them.
Mm,
Right? It's up to the people, the stakeholders, more probably the stakeholders in government in focus. If I want to focus it to address these gaps, right? and they should, because that is inside their job description. It is inside their field atau their bidang kuasa mereka ialah untuk buat benda ni. So it's up to them, because right now everybody can see where the gap is.
Okay.
So it is going to take a while to, and in a way this borderless education is supposed to make everything equal. But before we can get there are some gaps, some challenges that we need to address. And I
Okay.
think that we can address it, and we
Okay.
should, and we will.
Yes. Really agree with your statement, Mr. Ultimate. Any thought from your side, Mr. Erwi, regarding this issue, Mr.?
Okay, I'd like to start from the perspective about seeing gap itself. I believe there will be always gaps anywhere, anytime, even in the future.
Okay.
We cannot eliminate gap in our life. In our world, gap will always exist. That's the first thing that we have to understand. As a human being, what we can do with this gap is not to eliminate the gap, but how to make this gap at least become lesser than before. If the gap's before 10, we have to make 5 in the future. But we cannot expect to make a 0 gap. It's completely impossible. That's the first thing that we have to understand first. Why I said it's impossible to make a 0 gaps? Because every people has different perspective when seeing some things. For instance, if I'm having Lamborghini, maybe Ultimate said, well, RB is not rich enough because he only has one Lamborghini while I have 3 Lamborghinis. But maybe for Fikri, well, wow, RB is very rich because he has a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
There is a gap there. So what I'm trying to say is there is no a parameter that can shows that we cannot say 0 gap by parameter. That's the point. If we want to point out the gap, and when we talk about the facilities gap in relations with the education today, the borders education, the internet, and the others, it's something extraordinary happens today.
Yes.
Because if let's say if we take out COVID pandemic first, let's say there is no COVID today. Let's say there was no COVID since 2 years ago. We eliminate that. If we can see that the world is improving, is we're having innovations every day. What I'm trying to say is that maybe if we don't have COVID today, maybe 3 years later we will have something that as we have today. So COVID it's something that accelerate the things that happen in the future. So borderless educations, maybe if we don't have COVID, we're going to have it 2 years later. But because we have COVID, it happens today.
Yes.
And then the facilities, the infrastructure, the worldly today is not ready to face the change into the borderless educations. That's what happens today. So if you want to point out, if you want to say that, oh, this is the government problems, this is because the government not having a plan, a planet planning for all the country. Don't blame do not blame the governments, because it's something extraordinary happens. You get my point. I'm quite difficult to give perspective, but my perspective is that it's something ordinary happens, something that should happen 5 years later, but it happens today, and then the infrastructure is not ready. But if we have 5 years, maybe the infrastructure is already there, so we're ready to have the borderless educations. That's the point.
I got your point, Mr. RB. I really agree with your statement as well. Like the facilities actually, the current situation actually we couldn't predict it before, right? Before this happened, and then maybe I think this pandemic also encourage us, either we as the community and government as well, that encourage us to move faster and be adept with this current situation to face today's challenge and the next years ahead. I think, I agree with Mr. Ultimate and Mr. RB anyway. Yes. Okay. Okay. The next discussion, Mr. RB and Mr. Ultimate. I'm also curious about what level of education can borderless education be implemented? Maybe I would like to ask Mr. No, Mr. RB, you may go first, Mr. RB.
What do you mean by level? That's the question that I need to
Hmm.
ask to you first. Because
Okay.
as I mentioned before, if
Mhm.
we talk educations in terms of not only formal educations but
Hmm.
also informal educations, I don't think we have to put level on this. But
Okay.
if you narrow this question only for the formal educations,
Hmm.
then we can just say, oh, elementary school or junior high school or senior high school or university level. That's the things that we have to understand first,
Okay.
because I think today level become borderless as well.
Hmm.
Today become
Yeah.
borderless. So, for instance, if you are a senior high school students,
Hmm.
you can get any educations in university levels, right?
Hmm. Yes.
You can get it freely from internet, or you can just YouTube it. Also, it happens in vice versa. If you are a university students but you want to understand about the elementary schools, for instance, you can
Hmm.
get it. So
Yeah.
the difference between this level is only about, it's not about the substance itself,
Yeah.
but it's about the way how we deliver it.
Hmm.
The way how we deliver it. If you say, okay, we can implement the borderless educations for elementary school, yes, of course, but in a simple way to deliver the
Hmm.
educations,
Hmm.
not the same way as you deliver the
Yeah.
education as the university students.
Yes.
So I'm saying that level is not the matters now in borderless educations. The matter is about the way how we deliver it.
Okay.
That's my perspective.
Okay. Right. Right. It's really insightful perspective. Anyway, sir, great point of view from your side, Mr. RB. And then I would like to ask from Mr. Ultimate now. What do you think, Mr. Ultimate?
I think it's at any level, every level.
Yes. Yes. Any level, sir.
It's
Hmm.
at every level. Like I said, we went through 3 lockdowns in
Yeah.
Malaysia, 3 total lockdowns. Yeah, and I got to experience educating myself, educating others.
Uh-huh.
At the tertiary level, I have a son at secondary level. I have a daughter at primary level and one at the kindergarten level, right? And that's just the formal ones, right? And then so I got to see that it's doable at any level. I subscribe to some certain educational sites. I think I mentioned them before. You don't need to mention them again. And I learned stuff that was not in my field or in other things,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
That is useful, that is applicable, that is practical in the real world. And I
Hmm.
did
Hmm.
not have to show any credentials to learn this. Not like when I wanted to go for my part-time course at the university here, I had
Hmm.
to show
Hmm.
my credentials,
Hmm.
and I didn't. So I believe that it can work at every level, any and every level.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ultimate, for your statement as well. It's really has enlightened us as well from these cases as well. And then uh, I would like also the next discussion and also an interesting topic as well. I would like to ask what are the main factors to make borderless education impactful and reaching out to a wide range of students and communities? Maybe I would like to ask from Mr. Ultimate perspective first. Mr. Ultimate, you may go first.
Sorry, what was the question? You
Okay.
Yeah,
I repeat the question.
yeah, please.
What are the main factors to make borderless education impactful and reaching out to a wide range of students and communities?
Right. Right. Okay. There are
Hmm.
two things. First of all, is to close the gap. We talked
Okay.
about the gap before. We need to close the gap, right? And the second one is to promote awareness that this is available, right? It is available, and it is in a way borderless in the sense that it is painless. You is less painful than you don't have to physically go to school. So
Mm-hmm.
let's say you are differently able, you are not as mobile as everybody else, you can
Mm-hmm.
still get the same amount of data, the same amount of knowledge at home. So it's two things. If you want to put like an example to it, it's first of all, you need to provide provide it, present it on the table, and then you need to let people know, like, hey guys, there's food over here. You can take whatever you want, whenever you want, and it's so easy. Just come over, right? So it's two challenges. It works both ways. One is to provide it, and one is to let people know that this is how it's done now. This is how it's going to be done in the future. If you don't think it's going to be done now, get ready for it and use it to the best of your abilities, or use it however you wanted to use it.
I see. Okay. How about any thought from your side, Mr. RB, regarding this question?
Well, talking about impact, we have to make a clearance first, from which perspective that we want to see this impact. Let's say if you want to see from the perspective about borderless education itself. So the key points to make this borderless education impactful is to, as far as is to open the access as far as you can. That's the first thing that you have to do. What does it mean by open the access as far as you can? Let's say you have some knowledge from America, then spread it around the world. Open the access. So beside open the access to anybody from around the world, you also have to promote that you have these educations to the world. You have to tell it to the world. Hey, if you want to learn about lung cancer, just come to me. Just ask me. I'm open. You don't need to pay. Just open the YouTube, blah, 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 blah. Something, for instance, like that. But if you're talking about the next impact, about, let's say, for instance, if the education already delivered easily to the people, and then you mentioned about another impact, it depends on the people who receive the informations. For instance, if I got information about lung cancers, okay, from the perspective about borderless education, it's already finished, because because the access is really open. You can access it from anywhere, anytime. But then when you talk about the community impact, I'm not saying it's already successful, because maybe I just keep the information by myself. I'm not sharing it to the other people, or maybe I'm not implementing it to the society. So it's so the social impact. I'm saying this is social impact is something that uncontrollable.
Okay.
So it depends on the people who receive the informations. But if you say, can it be impactful? Of course, borderless educations become the supporting system of the social impact. That's something that's clearly can be achieved, but only as the supporting system. When you're saying the implementations, you're saying about the social impact, it depends on the people who receive it.
Okay.
So that's the perspective from me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. RB. Also, since I see your profile as well, that you are currently one of the founder of Mata Garuda LPDP, that actually spread the information regarding the scholarship, isn't it, Mr. RB? Okay. Is this the mission for you and your community to spread a lot of information in order to implement the borderless education to all people and all background in Indonesia, especially, Mr. RB?
Maybe I'd like to start by telling a bit about what is Mata Garuda. Maybe this is something for Ultimate as well, right?
Yes.
Well, Mata Garuda is an Indonesian organization that I mean, like, we have LPDP Ultimate. We have LPDP. LPDP is a scholarship provided by the government to Indonesian citizens, and then people who receive the scholarship, we are automatically get into an organization called Mata Garuda. So everyone who got this LPDP scholarship and then sent to the other world to learn for master and PhD, they are part of Mata Garuda. And then okay, because we got the scholarship and then the government paid for us, we have to, let's say, for instance, repay to the community of Indonesia. So we have to go back to Indonesia, and then we have to contribute something to the society. And this contribution can be anything. It can be in educational sector, social sector, so any other sector. Like, for instance, we already exist in all over province of Indonesia. We have Mata Garuda West Java, for instance, Mata Garuda West Borneo, East Borneo. We already exist in Indonesia. And then annually we have a massive actions which we go to the rural area instead of
Yeah.
not only for giving some knowledge, but also we build something to the society. For instance, we build
Okay.
the bridge in a village, or
Wow.
we build an internet connections in a rural area. That's the things
Mm.
that we have with. But since because we are basically educational background, because it's
Mm.
scholarship,
Yeah.
we have I think it's like a monthly event that we give the informations about how to get this scholarship, and then how to
Mm.
get to Harvard, how to get to MIT, to any universities. And
Yeah.
also we have a mentor and mentee programs. So if
Mm.
it's like Ultimate mentioned before, like one by one pair, like apprentice, something like that. We also have
Yeah.
that, but basically, what we are doing right now is serve the community by because we got scholarship from the society. That's the basic things. We have to repay to the community.
Okay. Okay.
So it can be any contributions there.
Oh wow, it's such a honor and honorable action and movement from the Matagudal PDP, right? When they got the some scholarship from the government itself, and they pay back to the society and for being impactful to build the community itself. It's really really great movement. I think the participants who are attending this event has been inspired from your story, Mr. LB. And then I think I would like to ask for the ultimate, for Mr. Ultimate as well. Is there you as a singer, right? So I think is there any movement or community or courses maybe that you are currently dealing with yourself and with your team, maybe in order to implement this borderless education to all people, maybe even for those who are far away from your current position. What do you think, Mr.? What any thoughts on Mr. Atmian?
Okay, I think I if I would talk to you guys about it. It is a rudimentary form. It's a very basic form of borderless education, whereby I sit down and I talk to some of the younger creatives
Yes.
who are just starting out, about things that they should know or they should think about. In being in a creative industry, right? I
Mm,
always say
yeah.
creative industry is a phrase. Right? There's the creative part and there's the industry part. Or
Mm,
if it's specific in the music business, there's the music part, there's the business part. So if you want to be in the music business, or creative industry, you got to master both. You got to have
mm,
knowledge of both, and of course, being creatives, being people who are excited to create, they focus more on the creative part, and their experience and the knowledge is more there. And so I try to help them with the industry part, with the business part, and is the informal thing. And some of them are introduced by friends, some of them reach out to me on social media, right? So I try to help them as much as I can. It's a very, very informal thing. There's no like class, there's no fees or there's anything, because knowledge for me is quite free, and what I want to see is I want to try to get to teach what I had to learn by myself through experience, through mistakes, right? So these are the things that I learned by making mistakes. So I
mm,
don't want the newer guys or other people to repeat their mistakes. If
mm,
they learn
mm.
faster, they're going to progress faster.
Yes.
They're going
Yes.
to be they're going to progress further than me.
Yeah.
You get to be is that's basically what teachers are, right? Teachers,
Yeah.
a successful teacher if is a teacher who produces whose student does more than him or her, right? So
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
are, yeah, you mungkin you just teach secondary school, you teach mathematics in secondary school, but your student grows up to be an engineer who participates in a team that creates something that changes the world, right? Then you
Yeah.
are that's your success story. It's not just that person's success story, it's your success story as well. So we have been talking about, because of again, because of the pandemic, we have been talking about setting up a more semi-formal kind of situation whereby we can pass along this knowledge to other people in the creative industry. There's a group of guys, we're trying to plan it out, like, we are kind of learning how to get people to learn along the way. So it's going to be a interesting experience, an interesting journey for us.
Okay. It means that you are trying to create more legends for the next years. Yeah. I
Yes,
think
I
for the
want to.
future.
Yes, I want to be forgotten
Okay.
because there will be
Okay.
more people, better musicians, better creatives, better athletes, better engineers, so that the old guys, the guys who are at the top now, they get forgotten because they have managed to educate, people who are big, whose achievements is bigger than them. You make more giants, and giants make more giants. They
Yeah,
make
yeah,
more,
yeah.
so that the first batch of giants are really, really small. You forget,
Mm, mm.
forget about them because this is your success story. This super giants that you create, super achievers.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Ultimate, for your perspective and for your statement as well regarding this question. And the next is this is quite interesting as well. Does borderless education practice similar or the same with the inclusive education practice? I mean, maybe for today's or for the next future, does borderless education practice similar or the same with the inclusive education practice? Maybe I would like to hear from Mr. Ultimate first. You may go first, Mr. Ultimate.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again?
The question is okay. Does borderless education practice similar or the same with the inclusive education
Oh,
practice?
okay. Okay. Yes, is there are similarities and there's differences.
Okay.
Right. And the basicness of it is, like RB said, is a transfer of data, transfer of knowledge,
Hmm.
right,
Hmm.
from one generation to the next. It doesn't matter if it's one to one or one to many or many to one. Is transfer of data, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
But the method of transfer, the media could be different. The media, the setting, it could be, there's differences, basically, right? There's differences. So in a way is similar, but in a way is different in the sense that we are not used, not a lot of us not used to this form of data or knowledge transfer. Not being in the same room together, or not being physically in a class, or not even when you go from high school to university,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
One of the biggest changes that a lot of people have to adapt is you go from having a uniform to not having a uniform, and it's got
Yeah.
nothing to do with anything else. But you have to get used to it. Is adapt,
Hmm.
is adapting, and then from there you go to your professional life, and again the dress code changes. Yes, you can wear, there's no uniform, but there's still a dress code, so you need to constantly adapt. And I think we are now in a position where we are adapting. Like as a student, I'm adapting. I'm seeing people around me adapt to learning online, learning in a borderless format. So it's going to take a while. And as we grow, as usual, there are going to be challenges and there's going to be growing pains. And we have to go through this to actually make it part of how we learn, one of the ways that we learn. And hopefully we can all be in a position where we can choose that. Oh, for me, I'm comfortable with one-on-one, face-to-face physical learning. Or
Okay.
somebody else is okay. I can be at home and I can still get whatever it is whatever data you are transmitting, you are transferring to me. I can still get it. So it will be a situation where you get to choose what's best, and that's always better. Having more choice, freedom of choice is always better than having limited options.
Yes, yes. Totally agree with your statement, Mr. Ultimate. Thank you, Mr. Uh, any thought from you, Mr. RB Setiawan, regarding this case, Mr. RB?
I'm saying that inclusive educations and borderless educations are two things that incomparable.
Yeah.
What does it mean by, if we simply understand the inclusive education as everybody or anybody with various background can have these educations,
Hmm?
and then class conventional educations has a similar things with borders educations. You can go to this class, anybody can go to this class. That's
Yeah.
the basic thing. So if we simply understand what the inclusive education as anybody can access it and can get it. But uh the main things that we have to understand is that borderless educations is not the fundamental of educations, typical of educations, but it's only about the way how to deliver the educations. That's
Mm-hmm.
we have
Yeah.
to understand. if
Yes.
if we if we talk about the inclusive educations, I'm saying that inclusive education is above the borderless education because it's more fundamental than borderless educations. So that's why I mentioned before it's not it's incomparable between borderless educations and inclusive educations. But uh, of course, borderless educations, we can see it as the supporting system of inclusive educations because it's broader than the conventional education. Conventional refers to classroom educations.
Yeah.
Why why is that? Because borderless education, we have no more border. we
Mm-hmm.
have we have no geographical borders. We have no, let's say, we have no financial border.
Yeah.
We have no age border. We have no gender border. There is no border. So that's why it says that it is a borderless educations. But if you're saying inclusive educations, I'm saying that classroom educations can be inclusive as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
so it's in the different positions. I'm saying that inclusive education, it's more fundamental than classroom or borderless educations. Borderless education and classroom education, it's only about the way how we deliver the educations. It's not about
Mm-hmm.
the fundamental things that we have to present in the education itself. That's my
Yeah.
perspective. Okay.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Irby, for your perspective. It's really enlightening us, and also thank you too for Mr. Ultimate. I think we have already serious question from our participants. Maybe we can ask one by one the question for the participant that we have collected before. Okay, from Rizwana, the question is, when we say no one left behind, does it always refer to girls' participation and disadvantaged groups or any other ideas? Maybe Mr. Herbie, maybe you may go first, Mister.
Thank you, Rizwan, for the questions. When we say no one left behind, in my perspective, it not always refers to girls or some particular groups,
Hmm.
because no one left behind means that anybody around the world have a similar right to get it. That's the fundamental things. Let's say, for instance, if we talk about the hunger, let's say we talk about the hunger. Everybody around the world has right to get food, right?
Yes.
It's not pointing out at only for girls or only for poor people or only
Mm,
for disabilities people. No, it's not pointing out to any kind of groups.
mm,
It's pointing out at anybody with any status, with any backgrounds. You can have a full right to get this.
mm.
So when
Yeah.
we talk about no one left behind, it's not referring to any group, but it is referring to any institution or any identity of people around the world. So in my perspective, it's not only about a girl or disabilities or a specific group, but it's for people around the world. That's my perspective.
Okay. And okay, thank you, Mr. Irby, for your point of view. And how about you, Mr. Ultimate? What do you think about this question?
Yeah, I have to agree with LB with this one. It doesn't refer to those two specific groups, but we have to acknowledge that those two specific groups, when they get left behind, they are more highlighted in the media, right? I think as we move on to look at these gaps, you know, the 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 demographics that we used to look at these gaps before is steadily starting to change,
Hmm.
right? If you want to look at gender for in Malaysia, I don't know how it's like anywhere else, but in Malaysia, the number of female students outnumber the number of male students in tertiary education,
Hmm.
right? There's a 1.2 female students for every one male student. Right now in Malaysia, it's about there. I'm not aware of the latest statistics, but that seems to be the trend, right?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
when you're talking about no one left behind in that part, that small part, this particular subset tertiary education in Malaysia, if you might have to skew and try to define the people left behind could be males, or maybe
Yeah.
not. You don't know. It's becoming increasingly blurred, with all these kind of things, demographics, So we have to become better at discerning and defining what being left behind is and who is these people or who's the one that's being left behind. So we can just try and get them all to get on this borderless education bandwagon, so to speak.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Ultimate for and Mr. RB for your statement. So I hope this answer I hope this answer your question, yeah, Mr. Okay. I think since we have limitation for our time, so this the end of the Q&A session as well. So before we close this session, I would like to sum up and conclude some note that I have written before for our previous discussion. So actually, the borderless itself, education is not only about the physical border; it's really large. And then education itself is not only about the formal education, but we have to see in wider perspective. Since we have like the internet connection that actually give us more options, more the way of learning, more resources to get new knowledge and to get new resources to enrich our skill and to enrich our knowledge itself. And then, as we have mentioned before, that uh, internet actually is a tool that can be both negative and positive as well. It depends on us how we can use this tool, how we can uh, utilize this tool. And then also the borderless education actually uh, have the in order to implement the borderless education itself, it has to call all actors, not only for the government but all communities, maybe content creators, to collaborate in order to implement this borderless education itself through the internet and uh, to reach more audience and more impact to the world and even to other societies as well. And also from the perspective as well from our discussion before uh, about the no one left behind itself actually not refers to to certain groups like girl, male, or anything, but actually this for no one left behind is for all people regardless of its background, but either is it male or female, but this for all backgrounds that the borders education should be implemented for all people regardless its background itself. um okay, thank you so much for Mr. Ultimate and Sir RB Setiawan. Before let's we take a picture before we end this session. It will be memorable as well for me and experience as well for having discussion with both of you guys. And so thank you so much. Let's see take a picture on my count. Sorry. One smile. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once more. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much for Mr. RB Setiawan from Mata Garuda LPDP, and thank you so much for Mr. Ultimate. It's an honor for us to have for having you in this forum and for this discussion. I believe that all people, all participants who have attended this event has been enlightened from your perspective and your point of view regarding this topic. And such honor for having you. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience experienced during our event, and see you another opportunity, another event, hopefully. Thank you so much, Mr. RB and Mr. Ultimate. And I'm Fikri Asmiananda. Thank you so much for all participants and committee as well. And see you another event, another session from EdHeroes Forum Asia. Thank you, and bye-bye. Stay safe and stay healthy, everyone. Thank you, and see you next time. Bye.
everyone. Welcome back to EdHeroes Forum Asia. Now, education as game changer. We will be having our last session here, which is family and intergenerational learning. So before we jump into our discussion, let me introduce myself again in case one of you forgot who I am or any people that just joined us. So I am Rana Kisti and I will be moderating you throughout our discussion for today. So in this last session about family and intergenerational learning, there will be two wonderful speakers who will share their insightful knowledge for us. And the first one is Muhammad Ghazi. Hello, Muhammad Ghazi. So Muhammad Ghazi is currently a graduate student at School of Business Doctoral Program majoring in Finance at University Science Malaysia. He was also enrolled in Erasmus School of Economics majoring in Financial Economics and graduated in 2020. Ghazi was also awarded Erasmus Trust Fund Scholarship for the academic year in Erasmus School of Economics, and currently he is a lecturer at Trisakti School of Management in the field of economics. Next, we also have our wonderful speaker is Mr. Ninja Ong. Hello, Mr. How?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you doing?
All right. Good, good. Thanks for introducing me.
Yes, I can see you clearly. How would you like me to call you? Mr. Ninja?
Ninja's fine.
Ninja.
You won't get too close to how the. I guess if you know Chinese, it's Ninjia.
It's Ninja. Okay.
Ninjia. Yeah, but Ninja's fine. Yeah, that's close as you can get.
All right. Thank you for being here. Mr. Ninja
Thank
Ong
you for
is a
having me.
Deputy Managing Director of Pastry Pro Malaysia, which is one of the Malaysia's largest suppliers of bakery and confectionery products. And he also leads the workplace strategy team in CBRE Malaysia and is responsible for driving the workplace strategy business across the country. Ninja also holds a master in human resource management and a double degree in psychology and finance at the University of New South Wales. And he's also passionate about future of work, about agile and corporate culture transformation. So we already have Muhammad Ghazi here. Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Just
Okay.
how would you like me to call you, sir?
Ghazi. Ghazi is fine.
Ghazi is fine.
Yeah.
All right. For our topic today, I would give a brief description first, or a brief or of our topic that we will be discussing today. So it is about family and intergenerational literacy and learning. Uh, these are an effective means of developing and improving the literacy, numeracy, and other foundational skills of parents and children, also promoting parent support for the children's education, and also fostering wider benefits such as self-esteem, civic participation, and adults' pursuit of further education. UNESCO also promotes family and intergenerational literacy and learning in member states as a way to achieve Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG number 4, is to ensure inclusive and quality education and promote lifelong learning for all, in other SDGs. So integral to the familiar concept of parental education, intergenerational learning captures the multidirectionality of learning interactions. For example, children can learn from the adults, adults can learn from children, and younger children from older siblings and from other relatives. Therefore, it is a collective learning process in which the whole family learns together. I see that this is a very interesting topic, and we already have speakers who has insightful knowledge about it. I can't wait to discuss further with you all. So maybe we have to move on to our first question. And I will be asking this to Mr. Ninja. How does intergenerational learning can happen in a family?
So first, I would like to just start off with saying that intergenerational learning is very important in any organization that you join, because with the modern healthcare and medication, people are living longer and longer. Because of that, you have 70-year-olds, 80-year-olds still in organizations living longer in their tenures. And with that, we have the Generation Z as well as the Generation Alpha coming into the workplace as well. So the concept of intergenerational learning is crucial for any organization to stay afloat and stay relevant to the customers they serve and the communities they strive in. So how does intergenerational learning happen? First, I think the acknowledgement of both generations, whether it's a younger or older, needs to be that they both have value in the organization or in the community that they serve. There shouldn't be any disregard, whether it's the elders towards the youngest that they don't know anything about the world, or whether the younger generation think that the older people are entirely irrelevant. So I think that understanding needs to be first established before any kind of intergenerational learning can happen for the masses.
All right. Thank you so much for your opinion regarding this question. Maybe I would like to know more answers from Ghazi. Mr. Ghazi?
Yep, thank you for the opportunity to answer, and I totally agree with Mr. Ninja's answer about that as well. The irrelevantness of the differences in age, which is the age gap basically, and the interconnectedness between those age gap is what makes intergenerational learning matters, right? Because we wanted to know whether what is the thought of the younger generation and what are the thoughts of the older generation, and this kind of age gap actually it's ubiquitous, and I think it's not only in Asia. You could also see it in other countries in Europe, such as maybe the Netherlands and then London and so on and so forth. So I totally agree on the aspect that the disregard of this age gap and then the acknowledgement that learning could be done by observing anyone, right? Because as you get older, you got this pride that you've experienced life. Now you know more than the others, especially the younger generation. So when you talk to them, what you want to do is that you want to teach them the experience that you already have, not knowing that most of the times there are still a lot to learn from this younger generation. So I totally agree, and I think if for my answer, it's the same with Mr. Ninja. The most important thing is that we need to acknowledge that you can learn anywhere, and the children could learn from the older generation, and the older generation as well could learn from the children. So that's my answer for it.
Can
All
we
right.
interact with the audience a little bit here? I'm not sure how intuitive the platform is, but if I could just get the chat to just type your age, or if you don't want to type your age, you just type your generation into the chat group so I can better understand who are listening here.
Mm-hmm.
Just spam away, guys.
Okay, I think we're more tied to a generation part because as what Gazi said and Mr. Ninja brought up earlier, that there has been this gap between both generations to understand one another with the other generation, because sometimes the older generations feel like they understand most of the things, that because they have experienced the life already and longer than the older generation. But then this gap can become such an issue where it can bring up a conflict between two generation. For example, maybe older generation don't want to learn from the younger, and the younger doesn't even want to learn from the older generation, just because of there's this lack of respect between generation itself. So to the next question, how does our society perceive and construct this intergenerational learning? Maybe from Ninja.
Yeah, sure. I guess the chat function isn't visible to us, so I can't quite see how old our audiences are. But yeah, just in terms of perception, I think at least in my perspective, working in consulting field and MNCs, it's cultural. Is culture does play a big role. So the perception that what I've just spoke about, right, the relevancy of each other's experience in each other's eyes is very important to really break the barrier to intergenerational learning. So, where I come from, the seniors are still very much, I wouldn't use the word arrogant, but demands a certain level of respect, right, from the younger generation. And as long as that exists, I think intergenerational learning is a little bit more difficult. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's a little bit difficult. I see. So the audience are quite diverse, ranging from 15 to 60. Oh, I love that. I love that. Right. You see, even in this forum itself, we are already intergenerationally interacting. Right. It shows
Exactly.
that learning does not stop, or does not stop whatever age you are. And if teachers and parents are learning, I hope that they are also seeing some perspective that we're sharing here. So sorry, just going back to the question on perception, right? I think first of all, you need to understand the culture in which we're living in, right? Um, demand is respect is respect is demanded, and therefore it should be provided. Without the initial push for respect, unfortunately, the older generation will not listen. So the younger generation will first need to learn how to respect our elders and understand that history does repeat itself to a certain extent, right? And therefore, that weightage of experience is still very much relevant in what we do today. And if to understand that perception, then you go on to the subculture in the community or the organization you live in. So first, you need to understand the macro culture on how intergeneration interacts, right? And then you need to adapt to that level of culture. Then the second layer of culture, which is the subculture in the organization or the family that you live in, then you need to start understanding within those parameters, how do you communicate, right? Basic communication, whether it's through expression of interests or expression of emotions, those are basic fundamentals to where learning starts. Communication is the fundamentals of learning. Without communication, you're not able to construct intergenerational learning.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Ninja. Maybe Mr. Ghazi wants to point out some opinions as well.
Yeah, again, I totally agree with what Mr. Ninja said. Like the culture itself is different between country to country, and even if because I'm from Indonesia, between region to region, they have a lot of different culture, and this I think also relates to why sometimes students fail when they started to try to learning abroad, because they're not matched for the culture that they want. They went abroad. So for example, um, if we're talking about the Netherlands, because I have studied there, so they're more direct, right? They're more direct, and this could be perceived as being ruthless in some way and mean, because they're more direct. They don't want to, uh, beating around the bush too much. So if you want to say something, just say it. And if this comes with telling you about your grade and telling you about your performance, and that sometimes those kind of not beating around the bush is not really accepted well enough by the Asian culture, which demand more respect, demand more beating around the bush, demand more sweet talk to some extent, So this is what makes different. But because of not beating around the bush, they are more intergenerationally able to learn from one another, because then again, there is the respect does not lies on the act of respecting, but the act lies by acknowledging that you are important and I will listen to you, right? But if we take it back to the culture that, I mean, in Indonesia or maybe some other Southeast Asian countries, the act of respect is what matters most. So you don't need to necessarily learn or listen to the word that the older generation or the younger generation said, but the act of respect is what makes it important. And I think this needs to change, right? And I think this needs to change. Why? Because the act of respect is something similar to a sweet talk. We want your respect as in your feeling of respect, not your action of respect, to a certain extent. I mean, you can't be rude and then spit in front of someone else, but you know, you still need to put on some level of respect. But the one we actually need to acknowledge is that it's not the act of respect that is respect, but the feeling of respect. So if we could afford to change our mindset to that kind of respect, I think it will be easier for us to have intergenerational learning. But then again, in the Asian countries, we lived in a society like Mr. India said before, where respect to the elders is really demanded, and then sometimes even talking back, right, is seen to be an act of disrespect. And Mr. Ninja also said that communication, and it's two-way communication, not one-way communication, discussing about a certain topic or certain opinion is what makes intergenerational learning works. So again, we need to address this respect, not the act, but by discussing that, by talking back, is actually trying to respect the speaker, because I know what you're saying, and I acknowledge what you're saying, and I'm thinking about the argument that we could have here, and then at the end of the day we have the conclusion to enrich both interlocutors. And that's what I think should be needed and perceived in the especially in the Asian countries.
I see. I think that
I'd
is
like to add
very
on a story there,
sure,
Rania, if you don't mind.
sure.
So I was consulting for this Philippines company, a bank in Philippines, when I was doing my consulting work in Deloitte Consulting. And I'd like to share a story on how this CEO, which is very respected, very tenured in the bank, and of course, he worked his way up from the rank and file, and he approached a team of younger colleagues of his, right? And we were there trying to do an agile transformation, right? We're trying to make the bank be more, more agile, right? Which is better speed to market, better reacting to customer needs, better digitization efforts, and things like that. So the story starts where we were there onboarding, right? A new team of young executives who are going to work on a pilot project. And we invited the CEO to speak to these young executives because we wanted the CEO to motivate these young people and get them on board, right, with this initiative that we're trying to build. And he started off the speech with a very different tone of what we've been communicating on what the project is. And he started saying that if you think that you've joined this team and you're going to get freedom to do whatever you want, to work however you like, this is not going to be the place for you. If you think you're not going to be, micromanaged and you're going to be able to work freely with your own ideas and creative solution, this is not the place for you. If you think that you can have, flexible hours like a lot of these younger generation ones, you still need hard blood, sweat, and tears, and you have to give it your all, this is not the place for you. And he started off with such an aggressive tone. We were all in shock. We were like, this is not what we're communicating. This is not how an agile organization behave, right? We need to be able to have the flexibility, the autonomy, the responsiveness. All these are more important than these rigid ways of working. So he went on talking about all this very, very, very familiar, but not the message that we have been communicating on what the agile firm should be. And then at the end of that initial announcement, he says that would have been what his old bosses would have told him in the past. And then he goes on and says that today, that's not how we're going to work. I'm going to give you full autonomy. I'm going to give you full empowerment. I'm going to ask you on what you think is best for the team to move forward in. And that's how the agile organization would work from the ground up. And, I think that basically carries the essence of what we're trying to communicate here about intergenerational learning, is the seniors acknowledging that the old ways of working, the old ways of learning, the old ways of communicating may no longer be relevant, and be open to the younger generation to try and provide the safe space for them to explore their own ways of working. I think that is where the balance between the older generation sharing their wisdom on what works and what doesn't, but still allowing the younger generation to explore on themselves. That is the beauty of what this can achieve.
That is very interesting story, Mr. Ninja. Didn't
Glad to
the
hear.
ending was unexpected. I didn't see that coming.
Or
Like I
imagine
thought,
being in the room, like the impact was
yeah,
huge.
I can see. I can see that how such good communication and acknowledging from the senior can give such a positive impact on the younger generation. Like as you said, they can be open, and even the senior create a safe place for them to explore and improve their potential. I think it's a very heartwarming experience for you, Mr. Ninja. And from what Mr. Ghazi just discussed with us earlier, it's amazing how cultural differences can also brings an impact into this intergenerational learning. You know how differences in culture can differentiate how we're gonna make our step in learning with our younger or older generation in that culture, specific culture. So there's also an importance for us to learn first, where are we standing right now, in which culture are we in, to understand that to understand the dynamic of a generation of this culture. I think that's a very great point and interesting point. So the next one is, what do you think are the skills and developmental areas that can be taught through cooperation? Maybe this is also related to the communication part, and also interconnectedness in a family. Maybe Mr. Ninja, you can answer first.
All right, sure. I think communication skills are number one. Um, Knowing how to communicate, what to communicate, how to be concise, what does the audience want, who are you speaking to. So, and again, this comes with culture. I think Mr. Ghazi also talked a lot about that. You need to really understand in what environment you live in and how to be heard. So I forgot which framework on which author wrote about this, but he talked about the different cultures have different ways of receiving and providing information. And those two things are separate skills on its own. Some cultures, they, of course, they have a very simplified view to just make the explanation easier. East versus West, right? They always use that kind of example, where the East, right? We are more obedient, right? It is the receiver's it is the receiver's duty to decipher the information in which was conveyed, right? So that's why if you see the pantun, the poems, the Chinese poems, the Eastern, more East, even like the Malay ones as well, is very cryptic, and the receiver needs to be the one that deciphers what it actually means, and the conveyor just says it, right, and then it's left to the receiver to really try to understand what is going on. Whereas the West, they are very they emphasize on clarity, right? They ask you, what do you mean? Can you elaborate further on this? What do you mean by saying that, right? So then it is the information provider's duty to really clarify what he's trying to say. And because of the contradiction of these two areas, us learners, whether whatever generation we're in, we need to be really clear on the person who's conveying. Is he trying to lump the responsibility of understanding on you, right? And then are you doing your best to decipher what is trying to be said, or can you, right, challenge the person who's providing the information for more clarity, And is that culturally accepted, right? That again, that's the whole layer of the relationship, the interactiveness, and things like that. So, well, there are a few. If you look at top 10 skills or things like that, there's a lot of soft skills that are being developed. But I'd like to draw your attention to one of the more recent skill sets that I've been exposed to, which is from Asia School of Business. Shout out to them. So they've come out with 10 latest smart and sharp skills, and in their smart skills, right, they have they have, I wouldn't say rewarded, but they rather call soft skills sharp skills, right? Because there's nothing soft about soft skill. It is really hard, right? They talk about fellowship, fellowship instead of leadership, right? As leaders as well, there's a skill to follow certain visions and goals. There's communication skills that are spoken in there as well. How do you, like what I've just described, convey messages in a way that is acceptable to your audience? As an audience, how do you decipher knowledge so you are as close as possible to what the information is intended for? So all these skills are very important to create that interconnectedness, whether it's in a family or in the intergenerational environment.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ninja, for the answer. I think that's very interesting. And I would love to know about Mr. Ghazi's opinion regarding the skills and developmental areas that can be taught also through cooperation and interconnectedness in the family.
Again, Mr. Digja already explained a lot about the broad cover of what should be taught in a family: communication, leadership. Well, now it's fellowship, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's not leadership anymore. Knowing when to follow and knowing when to lead is actually something important. But I feel like another thing that needs to be taught, because we're talking about family, right? We're talking about a small scale. The first time a person learns is from their family, right? A first time a person asks
That's an
something
excellent
is to
point.
their family. So family do have a really huge impact on the learning capabilities of a child, because this is the first society that no first social construct that a child will expose themselves to. So what I think also needs to be taught by a family is values. And I think this values could be general. I mean, I don't like to impose a certain value to a certain family, or maybe another family imposing certain values to another family, but we need to have values. As a human being, we need to know what we want to do, what we need to do, what we ought to do, right? What we ought to do. And having to know that is to have your values. You can determine what's right or wrong based on your values. And these values will be taught by your family. And I think this is important because lately I've been seeing a lot of younger generation having young, so we could consider them as young families, right? These young families usually don't really have that adult way of thinking. If I'm maybe this is not a good representation of what it should be, but maybe I could say it like that, because they're still young, they're still in their 20s, and then they still wanted to learn about having a family. And what I think is dangerous when they have these young family have a child together is that they don't have enough time, so they don't spare enough time to teach their children about these values. Because lately, if you see these young families, they wanted to pursue more about wealth or about pleasure. So pleasure means like playing games or going out, and wealth may be career. And they started to neglect one of the most important thing, which is educating their own children. Because at the end of the day, having a children is really tough, and you need to acknowledge that you need to spend most of your time educating your children. And again, uh, like I've said before, it's really impactful, right? Because children knows the first society, the first social contract that a children knows is their family. And then we also need to acknowledge that a children their time frame for learning, their golden chance for learning is actually at those years, 0 to 7 years. So not giving enough time to instill the necessary values for them will be dangerous when they grow up. They don't know what they're going to do. They don't know what's wrong or right, and they're just going to live their life, in accordance to the wave. So maybe they go there, they go here, they went there, they do this because they don't know what to do. Because again, they don't have any values. So that's why I think one of the most important thing and one of the most necessary skills maybe that need to be developed is having these values, and parents to instill those values into their children as young as they could be. That's probably my answer. Thank you.
I
All
like
right.
to add on there a little bit as well.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
Sure.
I think the concept of empathy, right? If you remember the first lessons that our parents did us, don't beat that dog. Imagine how it feels to be that dog, right? And that's why I love the point that Mr. Garzi just made on learning starts from the family. Our parents, most of us anyway, are the first teachers, right? They are the ones who taught us about what is important in life. How do we see the world? And I think one of the first lessons that you learn as a child is empathy, and that goes a long way, right? Somewhere along the way, some of us might have lost that lesson, but I think if we stay true to what empathy means and how that connects us through cooperation and intergenerational learning, that is a key to how we develop that skill.
Okay. Wow, it's been a great points you guys have pointed. And I see that there's a connection between Mr. Ninja's answer with Mr. Ghazi about Mr. Ninja once said about leadership. And what I learned about leadership itself is how to have a decision making on yourself. And that is connected to what Mr. Ghazi said about values, about who we are and what we need to do and what we ought to do. And I think this is very important in educating our children in a family for them to have a dependent skill on their on belief on themselves. So the next question is, why do we need to understand and encourage intergenerational learning? Maybe we have discussed it a little bit at the first place, but I want to know more. I want to have more discussion about it, like why we need to understand about this and why we have to encourage it. Please, Mr. Ghazi.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. And I think, again, it relates to what Mr. Ninja also said before. Some of us have lost its way, right? So that's a really impactful word. If you can break it down sentence by sentence, it's really, really impactful because it's true. A lot of us, as time goes by, we have lost our ways. We don't know what's right or wrong anymore because our judgment tools become dull, right? It needs to be oiled up, basically. So this is why we really need intergenerational learning. Sometimes the innocence of children knowing world for the first time and question everything is what we need to get that machine going again, right? And then if we think about it more, usually teachers, right? Teachers for elementary schoolers or for preschoolers, they usually have the most unique experience with these kids, right? So, like for example, they get mad, right? They get mad, and sometimes because I'm a Muslim, we do fasting, right? And in the month of fasting, you're supposed to not get mad. But as time goes by, you forget that one of the main goal of fasting is actually trying to control your emotions. Not only controlling your hunger, your thirst, but also your emotion, right? So sometimes these children said to the teacher, why are you getting mad? This is the month of Ramadan. This is holy month. You need to be able to hold your emotion. And then it snaps, right? It snaps. It's a kind of intergenerational learning through pure luck But then again, it's interesting because in the eyes of the children, right, who just barely know the Ramadan and just being taught that kids, in Ramadan you're not supposed to be mad, right? And then it just clicks. It just clicks. And then the teacher felt like, okay, I'm doing something wrong. I should be more patient about this. So she or he immediately flipped her or his emotion to cater for the Ramadan, which is trying to control their emotion. And that's, I think, why intergenerational learning is important. Whether you're already experienced, there are some things that are missing. You know already about this knowledge, but then again, you forget that that knowledge exists in your memory. And for the children, it is especially important to be able to have a role model, right? And then again, after having those role model, they will try to become that role model, right? And this is, in a way, intergenerational learning without communication. But again, it's important. Why? Because the oil, the rusty machine needs to be oiled up. And then in the other part, the role model is one of the ways for children to learn. And that's, I think, why intergenerational learning in this part is supposed to be encouraged and supposed to be understood.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ghazi, for your answer. Maybe moving on to Mr. Ninja, how do you think about this question? Maybe you can also give your opinion on what Mr. Ghazi just explained earlier.
Sure. I love going second, by the way. Thanks. um, I would say the role modeling is definitely one of the most important parts. Mr. Garcia has hit the nail on his head there. For me, it's very important because through intergenerational learning, we learn more about ourselves as well. The older we get, the more younger people we interact with, and they remind us of what innocence means, right? It reminds us of what arrogance means, ignorance means. And to a certain point, we are still in that level to other people's eyes, right? So it's a reflection of your past, and you can learn from that to see how you are in the present. And the concept of role modeling of the future again gives us another perspective. We can see, okay, when I'm old, I might think like that in the future. I might be like that in the future. And it gives us a time traveling window into how we might be in the future. And it gives us a certain level of preparation in the present to remind ourselves to avoid the mistakes of our elders or to learn from the role models that we respect or be inspired by. So at any age, right, there'll always be people who are older than you, and there'll always be people that are younger than you. Use these as mirrors to your past and your future selves so you can decide what decisions to make in the present to live a better life. I think that's the most important thing about why this intergenerational learning is important.
I see. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ninja. And I see what you guys have been discussed that innocence is important for our older generations because being curious on how life works, on why certain things happen in certain ways, and the role of older generation here in intergenerational learning is to help younger generation to see a bigger picture.
I guess I got another story to share here, and this one is more comical one. I think it's an actual experiment. I'm not sure how true this experiment actually happened, but correct me if I'm wrong here if you guys have heard about this story before. But it's about the story of 5 monkeys in a room, right? So a scientist have left 5 monkeys in a room, and they put a stairs in the middle, a ladder in the middle of the room, and there's a bunch of bananas on top of the ladder. So of course, once you present that to the monkeys, they'll go up and grab it, right? But then as soon as the first monkey touches the banana, the scientists, experimenters turns on the sprinklers, and everybody gets wet, right? So after repeatedly doing that, the monkeys learned their lesson and said, okay, let's not touch the bananas. It's not worth being wet. As soon as that happens, the experimenters start swapping out one monkey at a time. And of course, when you put a new monkey in, the monkey does not know what's going on. He sees the bananas, he goes and grabs it. But the other monkeys, the other 4 monkeys, seeing that the monkey is climbing up the ladder, would pull him back, right? Trying to tell him that don't do that because we all get wet. And then eventually the new monkey would learn that, okay, we should not touch the bananas. As that happens, you swap out the old monkeys one by one. And eventually, you have a team of 5 monkeys who does not touch the bananas, but nobody knows why. So in today's society and in many organizations, we are in those situations. So the question is the sprinkler still working? Is there still a reason not to touch those bananas despite our seniors telling us not to? Challenge that. Find out for ourselves. And that's, again, why intergenerational learning is important.
That's a great story over there about a monkey. And yeah, I can see that in so many, I can see how people are doing that recently, because maybe that's how sometimes myths are created. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
That's why people, some of the people have been living, believing in some of the myths, just to, for the sake of, because we know that older generation have
For the sake of
already
social
gone
norms.
through that. Yeah.
And I think this includes zodiac, to be honest.
Wow.
But I
Yeah.
can't say for sure. But I think this also includes zodiac. So be careful if you trust zodiac too much. Sometimes it will backfire. Just for your information.
I think that what we can get here is, learning is a long term, it's a long life way. It's a long life progress. So even when you get older, even for older generation, they still have to learn what they have learned before. Like what Mr. Ghazi said, maybe there are some knowledge that we forgot. There are some knowledge that we misunderstood, and that is why the younger generation is also important to have this some kind of collaboration. I mean, why our parents, maybe now we can have Zoom, now we can see YouTube live. It's because some younger generation taught their parents, taught their older generation to use technology. Maybe that's how to say it. Okay, this is very interesting. And moving on to our to our next question is, what are the factors that greatly impact the successful process of intergenerational learning from one sociocultural to the other? So, what are the factors? Maybe Mr. Ghazi, since Mr. Ninja just told me it's great to be the second.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, but you're breaking up. Previously,
Oh,
you're
all
just
right.
breaking up. So could
Okay.
you repeat the question again?
Sure, sure. So the question is, what are the factors that give a huge impact to the successful process of intergenerational learning from one sociocultural to the other?
Okay. There are a lot basically, and you could list like from A to Z. But I think because from my perspective and from my experience as a person living in an Asian culture, ego, pride is something that you need not to think about when you're doing intergenerational learning. And this is not easy, even for a highly tenured, especially for a highly tenured professor. So because they got to where they are because of their hard work. So they think because of that, they have pride in what they do, in what they did, that and this pride prevents them from learning from the younger generation. And the same goes for the younger generation to the older generation, right? They feel like they have the pride to to because they have the newest knowledge, the most recent knowledge as compared to the knowledge that the older generation have, which supposed to be obsolete. So they don't want to listen to the older generation because what they say is something that I could search it for myself, or maybe I have a better information or knowledge about that. So this pride, right, not wanting to listen, uh, yeah, the pride that don't want to listen is something that need to be discarded if you wanted to have a smooth and efficient intergenerational learning. Again, the second most, I think, aside from communication, the second most needed skill, both the older generation and the younger generation or the current generation that needs to have, is the ability to listen. Because we tend to want to talk a lot. We don't want to listen. Then again, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth, right? So we know that we're supposed to listen more as compared to talk more. And this needs to start. The acknowledgement that you need to listen more than talk more is, it needs to start, because if each generation always wanted to talk and don't want to hear, then there will be no communication between them, and there will be no intergenerational learning between one another. So I think those are two. If I need to pick my most favorite factors, those are two most favorite my most favorite factors that could highly influence intergenerational learning.
I see. Thank you very much, Mr. Ghazi, for your insightful knowledge. And for Mr. Ninja, do you have any additionals?
Yeah, I think the concept of ego and pride is definitely one of the largest barriers to entry for learning. Absolutely largest, right? If you talk to the most intelligent people in the world, they are the most humble people you've ever met, right? Einstein himself said, right, he's not smart, he's just merely curious. I think that concept of humility is the largest factor that would give you success to learn intergeneration learning. And I think both parties, whether you're the older one or the younger one, and those words are not age related. These are just the expertise related. I'll use them in the form of expertise related. Should understand the role in which they are trying to give to the other generation. I spoke a little bit about the safety net concept, right? The older generation, the people who are more expert in certain areas of their field, need to understand how to create safety nets, how to allow the younger generation, the juniors, to explore within that safety net. And their duty is to provide that safety net, not control the actions and the decisions of the younger people. I see too often that the parents, right, or the CEOs or the leaders just want to embed themselves into the younger generation, right? I have these 5 characters. I want to see all these 5 characters in the younger generation. And they forcefully stuff it into them, and that doesn't work. What works is you have worked into a certain position in your organization or in your family or whatever. You provide that safety net. You say that, okay, I'll catch you if you fall, right? But go out and explore. I think that's the most important thing that the older generation needs to understand. And from a younger generation point of view, understand that your seniors are creating that safety net for you, right? Don't take advantage or take it for granted. I think that's the most important thing. Have gratitude that you have these things around you, and leverage these resources to maximize or optimize your progress of learning in this world. Have the stamina and the vigilance to trial and error, but start from where the set of values, right? Ghazi's talk about values. Start with the values that has been imparted by your family. Start with the values that is imparted by your seniors. Start from that set. You may not agree at first, but start there. if you eventually understand where you outgrow certain sets of virtues or certain sets of, like the zodiacs, right? We eventually might outgrow that. When we realize that we outgrow it, and that's where we get launched to above and beyond. Those two roles need to be very well understood and not be taken for granted.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ninja. I think that's a very interesting statement. And if I may, because of the time is a bit tight right now, we will move on to the next session, which is a question and ask session. So there are multiple questions from our audiences today. First, from Yuda Herman, what might be your most memorable learning experience or things that you have learned from one generation to another in your family? Maybe I will ask Mr. Ninja first to answer.
Sure. Most memorable. I mean, it is not like they say that if you see a man hit a rock and it cracks open and you celebrate that person's effort, but you don't see the other 100 times that person has been knocking at that rock, right? So I can't quite tell you about a specific memorable moment in which that learning experience has happened. But I can tell you one of the most important things that happened in my life was the introduction to meditation. Because meditation gave me that introspection, that self-reflection necessary for learning to occur, to challenge my own moments where I felt that my ego was high, to challenge what rules that were set upon me, and understand that the only way forward is really to trial and error. I think that that skill of meditation has given me the discipline and strength to move forward with whatever I'm trying to do.
All right. Thank you so much for the answer, Mr. Ninja, and thank you for the one who's asking it. Next, we have our last question. Is from Aya. How does your society perceive intergenerational learning? Is it a common thing? So I would like Mr. Ghazi to answer this.
Okay, so the question was, how does your society perceive intergenerational learning, and was it common? If if I may say so myself, right now it's not common. Uh, it's something that are not being. This is something that is not done most of the time because, like what Mr. Ninja said before, they're trying to embed it the characteristic that the older generation have on the younger generation, and that's what usually happens in basically in Indonesia. This creates a large um, what do you call separation between the younger generation and older generation, and I think uh, that is why it's not common for them to work together and to learn from one another. And do you think, if you ask me right now how they should be learning, again, they should try to communicate and try to learn about that. And I think because right now I'm looking at an organization which most of the time always tries to embed it, the CEO's characteristic or any other kind characteristic of the higher ups to the workers. So I can't see something akin to intergenerational learning in those organizations. But if we're talking about family, maybe they do intergenerational learning, but again, each family have different values and each values have different way of teaching, right? So I cannot guarantee that each families have the same way of teaching these values or intergenerational learning to one another. But what I think a lot of people now try to do for families, basically, they try to create this safety net. That what Mr. Ninja already said, and I think this is more ubiquitous, if I may say so myself, in my society. So my friends, the one that I know about, their families now create more safety net. They trust their younger generation more, and they try to encourage them to explore, while trying to also tell them that whatever happens, I'm still here for you. So that's what I see in my social life. but I cannot tell for sure whether it's happening for all Indonesian. For that, I need to have another research or any other publication that I need to read. But basically, that's
Thanks for the question, but I'd like to challenge you. Make it common. Make it common in your own family. Make it common in your own community. Reach
true,
out
true,
first. Say, I would like to
true,
learn from you, Papa or Mama or Uncle or Auntie. Ask your
true,
cousins, the younger generation. I would like to learn from you. It
true,
starts from ourselves to make it common. We have the power, right, to make
true,
anything common, and it starts from
true,
ourselves.
true, true. That's true. That's true. Maybe I should start also trying to instill that kind of thoughts to my peers and my friends and my loved ones, but I'm still learning to do it. Learning by doing.
Learning by doing. That's great. Thank you so much, Mr. Ghazi. And now I would like to invite Mr. Ninja to give a closing statement regarding our topic today. Maybe some
Oh, I thought
advices,
that response
suggestions.
to that question was excellent, right?
Yes, actually. But do you have any additionals for it?
No,
I mean,
I would
it's
like to
really great.
re-emphasize that, right? Like whatever we see around us, whether it's our communities, our families, our organizations, if you feel that what we've learned today about educators, about learners, about intergenerational learning, if you feel that that's something that's missing in your community, don't just sit back and complain. Oh, I wish my family do this. Wish my family do that. Do it first. Right? I don't know what time you guys are there today, right? Tonight itself, whether you're having dinner or whatever with anyone, just ask around, right? What do you think? Do you think I can learn from you? Is there anything that I've done in the past that you felt that I could have done better? Start asking those questions. And once you receive those questions as well, and the communication starts flowing, that's where intergenerational learning would start.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ninja. I think it's been a very wonderful discussion with both of you, with Mr. Ghazi and with Mr. Ninja. I believe these audience who come here today and watch us having discussion are being grateful because of this. Since this is we have a very various of audience ranging from 15 to 60. I hope our last session about intergenerational learning can give an impact for you because it starts from us. It starts from you. So before ending the session, I would invite Mr. Ghazi and Mr. Ninja to a documentation session. So you have to give your best facial expression, your best smile. All right. Okay, I will count to 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to participate as a panel speaker at our event. Because your presence here, your knowledge, your insightful thoughts aided in amplifying our cause to unveil the future of education in Asia in the greatest possible way. So we hope you had as much fun as we did during the event. And please accept our apologies for any problems that this occurrence may have caused. And warm regards, a Malaysia chapter of EdHeroes Malaysia, EdHeroes Asia. Thank you so much and see you next time. Bye bye.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Mr. Ninja. Thank you, Rania. So see you guys next time.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Hello, everyone who are still here watching the best event of this year. I I hope you guys had an enjoyable and fun experience with us. And after these 5 sessions of this track, we move on to the last agenda, which is EdHeroes Forum Asia, Malaysia Chapter, and it is closing session. I know maybe some of you still want to learn more, still want to listen to more insightful knowledge, but unfortunately, it has to end here for today. All of the sessions with the greatest speakers have been done to share beautiful insights to improve our quality of education to reach a bright future. So we already learned about in the first session we learned about inclusivity and diversity. We have heard about from Surya about the deaf community and his experiences, and then moving on to the second session, we also learn about volunteerism, grassroots level create transformation. And then after that, we also had fun listening to Putri about domestic violence at school. Has it been taken care of? 'Cause, I believe some of you were there and take notes, maybe. So it was a very insightful experience for me to understand more about domestic violence at school, how to prevent them, and what should we do as educators, also as students. And then for the fourth session, we have learned about borderless education, no one left behind. And then the last session that you guys just experienced, you guys just watched, is our fifth session, family and intergenerational learning. So, for everyone here who attends EdHeroes Forum Asia, Malaysia Chapter, you can join the community of EdHeroes Forum Asia and be one of the heroes. And for further information, you can check Stay Tuned on EdHeroes Asia Instagram account. And thank you all for the speakers and participants who attend on this day. I hope we can continuously share impact to improve education quality around the world from any field. And this event is supported by ID Next Leader, Mata Garuda, and Overseas Indonesian Students Association Alliance, or OISAA. And also, reminder for everyone, do not forget to memorize EdHeroes in your Instagram. You can put it in your Instagram story or your Instagram feeds and tag at heroes.asia. Thank you all for the attendees to participate in our largest forum in Asia at Heroes Forum Asia Malaysia Chapter. Goodbye. See you next time.